Well, hello and welcome to London. Welcome to, I know you're looking at this, you're probably thinking, is that Buckingham Palace? It kind of is. It's Buckingham Palace in Wembley Arena. I told you at the start of this fight week, it will be a fight week like no other. Saturday night, Anthony Joshua, Daniel Dubois, the IBF World Heavyweight Championship will be on the line in front of 96,000 people. It's the Riyadh season card Wembley Stadium edition. And everything that happens this week will be unforgettable. And I've got some unforgettable guests with me. How about this? Andy Clark, Matt Macklin, Johnny Nelson. How are we?
We're good. We're good.
I think that was the siren to evacuate, wasn't it?
I think so. Listen.
After you, lads.
Andy, I think I'm probably going to say this to you every day. And we're going to look around and I'm going to say, have you seen anything like it before for a workout today?
No, I really haven't, because we walked in through the back of Wembley Arena, as we've done dozens and dozens of times before, all four of us, and I looked to my right and there's a set of Buckingham Palace, and then just nonchalantly strolling past me were a couple of lads dressed as beefeaters, and I just thought, this is every time they come up with something. But it looks great, you know, the backdrop we've got with the ring and then Buckingham Palace and the gates, which I'm guessing will be closed and then open for ring walks and ring entrances for the open workout, so I'm all for it. Enjoy it, Matt? Have a little look around. Did you make it into the Palace?
No, I didn't, but I might after. But look, a bit of razzmatazz, a bit of showbiz is brilliant. I've never seen or heard of a media workout where there's actually going to be boxing on as well. So yes, that's even another little trick.
This is like a Riyadh season innovation, Johnny. This is something that Riyadh season have started doing. We saw it in LA last month. Terence Crawford on that show, they had 3 fights at the workout. We've got it tonight as well.
No expense spared. They're doing it different. They're getting us talking, getting everybody talking in the boxing world. This is boxing moving with the times, and Riyadh season has brought that to the masses. It's a good thing. Nobody's complaining about it, and as I said, no expense spared. And if you're a boxing fan, this week is a great week. This event today is a nice little taster. When you see the boys get in the ring to do their workout again, what a way to build up a massive fight just across the way.
It certainly is. And what are we expecting today from Anthony Joshua and Daniel Dubois? Now, for me, when I've seen AJ workouts, I've seen him not really working out. He has a bit of fun, he brings kids in, and he kind of takes in the moment. What do you think we're going to see today?
Again, Johnny? I think he'll do as little as possible, and so should Daniel. Most fighters, when it gets to this week, the hard work's been done. This is just the business side of it, to get people's attention. All the hard work's been, so you're not going to get anything substantial from today's workout. But in saying that, as we saw on the purple carpet yesterday, Anthony Joshua made the most of the time and the fans and everything, so he might put a little bit of a show for us, but they aren't going to do anything. And don't be surprised, Don Charles won't be here tonight, and so if Don Charles is not here, it will show you how important this is to the fighter. This is the business side of it. Don's done his bit, and I'm quite sure, I'll be surprised if AJ's coach is here as well.
Just to stick on the workout theme, I think you were out in Poland where Daniel Dubois took on Alexander Usyk, Andy, and from what I recall, at that workout, it was outdoors, it was very hot, and he really put it in. He put on a bit of a show and had quite a bit of a workout. Do you think we could see something like that today?
I think we'll see him do more than Joshua, probably. I wouldn't be surprised if Anthony went down the route of getting some kids from a local club involved, that kind of thing. It's always good to see. But there's 2,000 tickets available for this. They're not at any cost, but it is ticketed, and hopefully we'll have a good turnout. And if we do, and the chances are as the evening wears on, more and more people will arrive, by the time Dubois gets in the ring, there'll be a little bit of a crowd. I wouldn't be surprised if he fancies, just giving the pads a good clump and just showing us a little bit of that power. He won't go crazy and do too much, but I'm pretty sure that he'll show us something.
Yeah, maybe I'm a little bit sick in the head. I want to hear those punches. I want it to all go completely quiet here. No music, no nothing. I just want to hear Anthony Joshua, Daniel Dubois hit something. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, I'll go on with you. I'd love it. I just don't think we're going to see it. Not of Joshua, because I've seen quite a few of his public workouts now, and usually at this point in the week he doesn't do a lot at all. But interesting to hear Andy talk there about Dubois in Poland, and he did give it a bit of a go. So, like I say, everyone's different, and I guess we'll see that again tonight.
Well, let's head over to Thomas Treiber to begin the workouts.
This Saturday, September 21st, from Wembley Stadium in London, England. I would first like to take this moment to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority GIA, Turki Al Sheikh, for putting together this spectacular Riyadh season event and its fight week here in London. Riyadh season has really re-elevated the sport, and it is genuinely being done for the boxing fans. This great event is being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority GIA, with Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions and Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing. This event is sponsored by Visit Saudi, Solomon Al Habib Hospital, Saudi Airlines, Red Sea Global, Daria, and Middle Beast, in partnership with Gold Star Promotions and Sella, in association with Wasserman Boxing and Boxer. This great event will be shown worldwide on DAZN, on TNT Sports Box Office, Sky Sports Box Office, and on payperview.com. Let's now get the media workouts started. Our first two fighters competing this Saturday in a scheduled 10-round super lightweight contest. Let's first welcome to the ring from Doncaster, Yorkshire, England, undefeated with 14 wins. 4 of his 14 wins coming by way of knockout. He is the current UBO and Central Area champion, Josh Paddy Padley.
Well, here comes Josh Padley. And look at this. I mean, a few months ago, would he have thought in his wildest dreams he'd be walking out of the gates of Buckingham Palace to a ring at Wembley Arena ahead of fighting at Wembley Stadium on Saturday?
No, not at all. And, where he is in his career, 14-0, it's a tough fight for him. It is a tough fight for him. But what an opportunity for him.
It's a surreal experience, this, I think, for quite a few of the fighters on the card, but particularly for Josh, because, as you mentioned, he's kind of come from nowhere for this one. That's Jason Cunningham in the ring with him.
The Iceman.
The Iceman. He's got a tattoo across his chest, Jason. The underdog who never gave up hope. And it's very appropriate for him because we were there, I'm pretty sure, in this exact arena when he beat Gamal Yafai to win the European title. And he's a great example of someone who always had ability and just kept going and going and going, and he got there in the end. So he's kind of the perfect guy to have in this situation because he doesn't get carried away with anything, but he has been there on big stages, and he'll be trying to just keep him calm and just make him stick to what he does well, because that's really all you can do.
Yeah, 100%. Jason Cunningham, genuinely one of the nicest men that I've met in boxing. He's called the Iceman. He's also the nice man. Ended his career with Queensberry. Good fighter. Good to see him transition to that role of trainer. Josh Padley was telling us earlier in the week that Jason does the main training, but Steffi Ball will jump in and help where he can as well. Looks like they've got a good relationship.
Yeah, and that's a tight, solid team to have around you. People who've been around, people who've been on some big cards, people who've travelled the world with the sport, and it's the same kind of thing for Tyler Denny, who, like Josh Padley, got the call I think the day before the press conference, or very shortly before the press conference, to come and fight Hamza Shiraz. Now, Tyler's done an awful lot more than Josh Padley, but it was still quite short notice. But I saw Errol Johnson and Paul Mann on the way up here from Black Country Boxing, and again, you know, that's a really good team to have around you. If there's any possibility that you might be starting to feel it nerves-wise, because they've operated at every single level of the sport, and they'll just be able to remind you who you are and what you do well and what you need to do and concentrate on, and that's really important in weeks like this, where bit by bit, we discussed it yesterday, didn't we, bit by bit, it can start to get to you, it can start to become a bit too much and sap your engine if you're not careful.
Love that Jason Cunningham's still got his accreditation on around his around his t-shirt, swinging to and fro. Well, Matt, Josh Padley says that he's coming to cause chaos on Saturday night. Can he?
I think it's a tough fight for him. You know, he's definitely the underdog. But you see him here with hitting the pads. Obviously, Jason Cunningham holding southpaw, Mark Chamberlain southpaw. You can see he's trying to let his shots off and get off to the sides. He doesn't. It looks to me like he wants to get his, you know, in and out. He doesn't want to stand around and trade off with Mark Chamberlain. I think they're sensible tactics.
Yes, Mark Chamberlain on a bit of a streak of back-to-back knockouts in Riyadh, and he'll be looking to do the same on Saturday night. This fight, of course, at super lightweight. Mark Chamberlain is the WBC silver lightweight champion.
I think for somebody like Josh as well, the open workout is useful because he's not boxed on one of these shows before. And just something as basic as the ring, getting used to this ring, because it's exactly how it'll be on the night.
From Portsmouth, Hampshire, England, undefeated with 16 wins, 12 of his 16 wins coming by way of knockout. He is the current WBC silver and IBF European champion, Mark Chamberlain.
He is coming, I promise you. Mark Chamberlain is going to make his way.
Well, here is Mark Chamberlain, very shortly making his way to the ring. The Pompey Puncher in action on Saturday night. I think maybe he's got lost in Buckingham Palace.
I was just going to say that there's all sorts of hilarious bants we could have about this, isn't there? He's been detained inside the palace. What's he been up to?
Well, Mark Chamberlain, life just keeps getting better and better. He's found himself in Buckingham Palace. Here he is. Mark Chamberlain has emerged from wherever he was in Buckingham Palace, and the Pompey Puncher is making his way to the ring.
It was interesting talking to him on Monday, wasn't it? Because we were basically asking him what it's like to be so active on these Riyadh season cards and always getting the call. And he said, well, actually, it looked like I was going to be boxing in November or December. And then I thought to myself, you know what, I probably prefer to box at Wembley. And so I had a word with Frank, and before I knew it, I was on this card. And I was sat there thinking to myself, wow, that is quite a position to be in, where you feel like you
unbelievable.
You feel like it's okay to do that. And it obviously was okay to do it.
You know, and he keeps performing. He keeps performing, and he keeps performing when winning the way he does. He'll be on him again.
Well, he's had 2 fights in Riyadh. He's had 2 stoppage wins, and one in particular very, very impressive against Gavin Quinn, who was the European champion. European title wasn't on the line, but the win looks fantastic on the resume.
Yeah, I mean, we were expecting that to be a tough fight. You know, step up for Mark Chamberlain. I think I favoured him to win it, but I think it was going to be a tough fight. And you know, I think the eye closed the early doors, and it was a really difficult fight for Quinn after that. And Chamberlain looked brilliant again.
It was really impressive, that, because it was an example of his power. He didn't knock him out in the first round, but he did so much damage to him with a fairly ineffectual looking uppercut that if it had landed from somebody else wouldn't have caused that kind of problem. But he's got that natural power and timing whereby he can do you real damage. And after that, Tony Borg was trying to keep Gavin going in the corner, but it was over really, wasn't it? Because he had one eye, there was nothing he could really do. Even if he did put his foot down and try and swing, he just couldn't even really see him.
Yeah, but I think as well with Chamberlain, I think he's a natural puncher. You know, he doesn't load up. He lets his hands go. He's quite fluid. Puts his shots together. Nice combinations. Obviously heavy-handed. Because every time he lands cleanly, you can see it has an effect.
He's unbeaten in 16 fights, and that lightweight division is a good division. WBO lightweight champion is Denis Baranchyk. He is a Queensbury fighter, and you just wonder if Mark Chamberlain, Sam Noakes, of course, unbeaten as well, they're going to be angled towards the world champions soon enough.
Look, I think that if they both keep winning, I think they're destined to meet, aren't they? But with Frank promoting both of them, he'll want to hold that off and make it as big as possible.
But Baranchyk won that title the same night as Usyk beat Fury, so that was back in May. And they box again, of course, on December the 21st. If he comes through this chamber without too many problems, which, let's be realistic, we do expect him to, then it's perfectly possible that he can fight on that December the 21st bill. Baranchyk will have had 6-7 months off at that time, so timing-wise for the pair of them, that would work.
It would certainly work, and he's not being Mark Chamberlain's not being drawn on any future fights. Very much focused on Josh Padley on Saturday night. Can't afford to slip up, Johnny.
No, not at all. And you know what? It's just a nice feeling to make you realise you're in the big time now, even though you're not top of the bill. And that southpaw style of Chamberlain, he's nothing extra, nothing special. Stand firm, stand strong. They won't slip up. They'll do just enough today and to introduce themselves to us.
That is Mark Chamberlain getting a few snaps. We just saw Frank Warren on screen. I'm pretty sure that was Shelley Finkel with Frank Warren. Of course, he is the manager of Willie the Hutch Train Hutchinson, long-serving manager of the Hutch Train. He's managed so many great fighters over the years. Deontay Wilder, Mike Tyson. And that is Mark Chamberlain. So what are we thinking of these workouts so far? We're not getting an awful lot. It's a bit of a throw a little bit, but they're not giving too much away, are they?
They won't, and that's because the hard work's been done, as I said. I think you'll see that pattern with every fighter coming in. But again, it's just to be part of it, taking the experience. It can only be good for all the fighters on this card.
Let's head back to Thomas Troy.
Saturday in a scheduled 12-round contest for the vacant WBO interim light heavyweight championship of the world. Let's first welcome from Carstairs, Scotland. His professional record, 18 wins, just 1 defeat. 13 of his 18 wins coming by way of knockout. He is the current WBC silver champion, Willie the Hutch Train Hutchinson.
Well, here is the Hutch Train. The train is coming through the gates. He's had an air of confidence, almost cheekiness about him this week. He's a bit of a wild card in this light heavyweight division, but very much a welcome one, Andy.
He absolutely is. He's been boxing a long time. He's been at this a long time, and he got that World Youth gold medal. And it wasn't just any old World Youth gold medal, because for the 2-3 years before that, in the juniors as well as the youth, he beat everybody. Americans, Cubans, Russians, Kazakhs, Uzbeks. He was the best of that bunch, and he proved it by when it really mattered. getting the gold. So that's where a lot of his confidence comes from. He's got that one defeat against Lennox Clark. He says that there was a lot going on outside the ring at that time. We'll have to take his word for that. But the one positive you could take from that defeat, just as an observer, is that he kept getting back up. He didn't go under. He didn't sit it out. He didn't quit, basically. It wasn't his night, and he could tell from an early stage it wasn't going to be his night, but he took his licks.
I was in the lift. I walked up with Willie up to the arena today, and the confidence of him and his team is second to none. It's not a hustle. It's not a front. They truly and seriously believe that they will create a massive upset in regards to Joshua Buatsi's career moving forward. This kid can fight. I keep saying it. If they've slept on him, he's going to beat them. And he understands that. He just said, when you stop telling anybody they're sleeping on me, I want them to underestimate me. The kid can fight for fun. He enjoys it now. I spoke to his dad. His dad said, you know what, his life's in order now. He's all right. He's in a great place. So it's going to happen. It's going to happen Saturday night. I am so intrigued to see how this fight turns out, because Joshua Buatsi is going to show us a side to him that we know exists, but he's got to put it out there to show he's world class.
Well, that air of confidence, we saw it in the 5 versus 5 against Craig Richards. That was probably a fight where, if you're Team Matchroom, you're looking at it thinking, well, Craig Richards should come through here. Look how he performed against Dimitri Bivol. Willie Hutchinson's got a loss to Lennox Clark. There was that kind of feeling. Where is this guy getting his confidence from? But look what happened on fight night. That confidence comes from a place of knowing what he can do.
Yeah, and now the confidence coming into this fight off the back of that performance, it's almost like I'm back, you know what I mean? He needed that win against Richards. You know, Buatsi, Richards had a good fight with Buatsi. Buatsi won it, and he was a clear winner, but in a tough competitive fight. Hutchinson, you see him walking around, I've seen him earlier today. He 1,000,000% believes he's going to beat Joshua Buatsi. Obviously, Buatsi's confident he'll win. It's going to be a great fight.
It most certainly is. Willie, the Hutch train, Hutchinson taking on Joshua Buatsi Saturday night. The WBO Interim Light Heavyweight Championship will be on the line. Of course, the full champion, the full championship belt, will also be on the line when Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev meet. And it's just a fantastic, glowing light heavyweight division. And these guys, the winner of Saturday, gets closer to a world title.
Yeah, that's the prize on offer. It's as simple as that. And Hutchinson is one of these guys who, by the sound of it, isn't fazed by the prospect of going in with anybody. Certainly not Buatsi, not Beterbiev, not Bivol, not anyone. He feels like he's done his time and that he'd be ready for all comers. And it is a great fight, this. It really is, because, as discussed yesterday, I do feel like we'll have an equation where Hutchinson may well be ahead at halfway, and Buatsi has got to, having hopefully taken something out of him in the first half from his point of view, has got to track him down. And that could be a difficult thing to do. I think it could be really tight. Good finish.
Yeah, I was thinking, is Hutchinson really the type of guy you want to be chasing the fight against? Not really, because he's tricky, he's got good movement. You could see him, because Richards was trying to do that and he couldn't, could he? So, but I do think that, while I'm hoping that Hutchinson brings out the best in Buatsi, I think Josh, we still haven't seen the best of him. We've seen flashes, we haven't seen that stellar performance yet.
And motivation from Buatsi will be a massive thing, because if you're at the level Buatsi's at, and in his head he's having to step back a couple of steps and fight Willie Hutchinson, it's got to get that motivation up there to think, I've got to pull out my A game again.
Well, it's in theory a step back for what might turn out to be the toughest fight of his career. From looking at Willie Hutchinson and from looking at the form, we talk about the Craig Richards fight. Joshua Buatsi has gone on record himself and accepted that Willie Hutchinson beat Craig Richards better than Joshua Buatsi beat Craig Richards.
That's why he's got to get his acts in order, because I think that's why we've seen a side to Joshua Buatsi's character that we haven't seen before with anybody who's fought as a professional. So now he needs that edge. He needs to be troubled. He needs to be bothered. because it needs to. Because Willie Hutchinson, he'll be your mate. He'll trip you up. He'll be your mate. He'll say, "We're good friends," then beat you up in the ring. So Josh doesn't want to be his mate. He wants to get angry and get rid of him, and that's the attitude you've got to take.
What are you thinking of what Willie Hutchinson has brought out of Joshua Buatsi? We've never seen that before. We've never seen Buatsi in a heated kind of confrontation, having his hand around the throat of his opponent during a face-off. We've never seen that.
No, never. He's quite a calm, demeanoured guy, isn't he? Buatsi, nice fella, almost like a gentleman. So to get edgy like that, you wonder. But look, I think he'll calm that down. I don't think he'll let his emotions rule the fight. I think he'll approach it with a calm head. He'll need it calm. Someone like Willie Hutchinson, he wants you to be angry and fight emotionally because he's tricky, isn't he? He can start counter-punching and walking into traps. So that's his game, trying to antagonise Buatsi. But it's important for Buatsi have the fire in the belly, but have a cool head.
You had a moment with Buatsi, I think it was Monday, you interviewed him, and you just said to me afterwards he's got that coldness about him where he's just business right now.
Yeah, he's always been like that, and that's why it's kind of difficult to get any handle on whether you really know him or not, or whether he's one person as a fighter and he's a different person away from boxing. He said to us yesterday that he is, but that's completely normal. These two don't behave outside of the ring the way they did inside the ring, I'm pleased to say, or things could get very problematic. But people often say about fighters, don't they? Oh, you're completely different to how you are in the ring. Well, of course, because you can't behave like that. Obviously, you can't behave like that.
Punch someone in the face
outside of the ring. But Buatsi, I do think he is very, very cold. He's a God-fearing man. His faith is important to him, but do not mistake that for any kind of mercy that he might have in him in fight night, because there is none. When the fight is on, the fight is on. And I do think, as much as he says it's all business, he won't let his emotions rule, but still he will enjoy inflicting pain on Willie Hutchinson if he can manage to do so. He will enjoy it. He probably won't admit to it, but I think he will.
Yeah, there is that coldness, and we was talking about Willie Hutchinson earlier. The one blemish on his record was Lennox Clark. That was the first time Willie Hutchinson actually ever made super middleweight. I'm not sure what he was doing down there, not sure how he made the weight, but it didn't go well. Every fight that he hasn't been at super middleweight, he's won.
You know what? I know Willie. If his head and heart aren't in it, no point in being there. And that one loss, there was a lot going on in his personal life, which I know about. So now Willie's in a place, he's in a great place, and that's why his dad's here. His dad's here, and you don't usually see him in this close proximity with his son. You understand? My son's in a great place. You know, and we see it so many times. If you're in a bad place in your personal life, either makes or breaks a fighter. And for Willie, he wears his heart on his sleeve.
There was a moment where Willie Hutchinson met Artur Beterbiev. This happened. I think Willie's going to join us very shortly, and maybe he can tell us about this moment. But my understanding is he told him he wants to fight him one day.
Straight in the middle, how we doing?
Well, choo. Here is the Hutch train. How are you?
Living the dream. Tomlin.
You've been saying that all week. You are living the dream. You just come out of Buckingham Palace.
Well, listen, it's unbelievable, isn't it? It's unbelievable, isn't it? This is it's all fun and games, really, isn't it? Until Saturday night. Yeah, just soaking everything in.
Are you just itching to fight now?
Hey?
Are you just itching to fight now?
Of course I am. Every day, 5 days, 4 days, 3 days. I'm on 3 days now, do you know what I mean? I'm up to wheel with it. I can't wait. You know what I mean? I get the weigh-in done, now when that's over, I'm in the ring on Saturday and everyone's going to see what's going to happen.
Well, Johnny knows you. Johnny rates you. Johnny's been hyping you up big time. Johnny, you're a fan of this man.
Good.
You know what? Listen, he was a complete nightmare in the gym, full of talented fighters, and he was one of those guys where you thought, I don't want to spar with him, and you could cause trouble in the empty room, but he could back it up with a smile and a wink. So if you can do that in the Brendan School of Hard Knocks, you can do anything. So I said, don't sleep on this boy. He's not an idiot.
What's changed for you, Willie? When did it click?
You know what it is? It's probably a bit of maturing, really, and probably needing time in my personal life, in life in general. And here I am now, do you know what I mean? And not just that, a lot of hard work, do you know? I've been in Spain for 11 weeks on my cod. I've never seen my wife, I've never seen my mum and dad, I've never seen anybody. This is the first time I've seen my dad in 10 weeks, 10 weeks, sorry. 11 weeks when I fight. So I've been looking in 4 walls for 10 weeks, thinking of this man. I'm going to get him in 3 days.
One day he was at the gym. He said, I'm going home for a couple of days. Never saw him again. And I thought, oh man, sent him a couple messages.
Yeah,
Yo, where are you?
That was, we was in the gym. He went, you're looking good. I said, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. And I'm sure anyway.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on, and that's what I'm saying. When he's in a good place, he's in a great place. He's in a great place. You can tell physically in his eyes how he talks, how he smiles, how he's got a swagger going on. I am telling you now, he's going to give Joshua Buatsi kittens Saturday night.
Is that how yours?
Welcome to the ring from Croydon, London, England, by way of Accra, Ghana, a 2016 Olympic bronze medalist, now undefeated as a professional with 18 wins, 13 of his 18 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the current British and Commonwealth champion, Joshua Buatsi.
Hey, can they hear us on here, no?
They can hear you now, Willie Hutchinson.
2294. 2294.
This is the man that you will be facing on Saturday night. This is Joshua Buatsi.
They're terrifying. He's terrifying. I can't look at that screen. I've got to keep my eyes away from it, Dev. Now, listen, at the end of the day, it is going to be a good fight for me. And that's really...
What do you think of this setup?
It's unbelievable, isn't it? For me, 2 fights ago, Johnny, I was in your goal, you know what I mean? It's unbelievable. And I think, but at the same time, a lot of hard work. I've put a lot of hard work. And, yeah, it's all paying off.
Good sparring, good preparation.
Everyone can sit and look at you in the face and tell you how good everything is and this and that next thing. Trust me, I'm ready. Mentally, physically, emotionally, I'm there.
Well, I'm quite sure you tell us otherwise. You know, I'm quite sure if it's not been good, it's not been great, but I'm going to do my best. So I don't doubt that for a second.
Good.
Unbeaten in 18 fights. Joshua Buatsi is pretty good. There's no blueprint on how to beat him, Willie.
Yeah. Well, on Saturday night, it's Neil's going to see. He's a good fighter. I'm not saying he's not, Johnny. You know what I mean? I'm not saying this man's not a good man. He's a good man, but that's all he is. That's all he'll ever will be. He's a good man. Do you understand what I mean? He's a good man. Good's not good enough, is it? You know what I mean? When you do something, you go and buy a car with a little mark on it, but it still looks good. But it's not good enough, is it? Because I don't want a car with a mark on it. I want a brand new car. Where's my new car bought? Or not? He's not a 28, 29 young stallion anymore, is he? He's 31 years old. He had a life and death with Dan Aziz. Dan Aziz just drew a 50-year-old man. Do you understand what I mean?
We understand what you mean, Willie, and if you want that new car, maybe a big win on Saturday, you can get that new car. We are going to let you go at this point, so choo-choo, Hutch train, leave the station.
Mucho gracias.
Great to see you, mate.
I love that. Thank you. I'll see you later.
Well, that is Joshua Buatsi performing his workout. We've just had the Hutch train, Willie Hutchinson, with a few words. Well, Andy, Willie Hutchinson says Joshua Buatsi's a good man, but that's all he is.
He is brimful of confidence, and every reason that you should be. If training's gone well, if camp's gone well, then that's exactly the kind of mood that you should be in. And you can see him just kind of on the simmer, can't you? He's getting more and more borderline, not out of control exactly, but he's getting more and more amped up about the fight as the day goes past. And I think for him that's a good thing. With others you might think that he's wasting a bit of nervous, emotional energy, but I think with Hutchinson, that's just what he does. and he'll work himself up into that
I totally
state.
agree. I think he feeds off it, doesn't he? He feeds off it, and I think it's also a part of his tactic. He's trying to get in the other guy's head, antagonise him, annoy him, make him angry.
My advice if I were Joshua Buatsi is stay away from him until the first bell and get stuck on him. Don't talk to him, don't look at him, don't even get in his space, because this kid can cause trouble in an empty room. I know it. You listen, even now when he was here on the mic, you just thought he's talking at you, nagging you, not leaving you alone. I know what the boy's like. I know what he's like with people he spars with, people he fights. Stay away from him, because you hang about him in his presence, he's got you.
Well, everything that Willie Hutchinson just said there on the stream, I'm sure it will be clipped, it will go across social media. Joshua Buatsi will be tagged in these posts, and it's kind of up to him. Do you keep scrolling, or do you have a little look? If you have a little look, it's going to wind you up a bit.
Don't go on social media. That's simple. If you take what's said on social media at this point in a fight to heart, don't get involved. I'd advise any fighter, don't look at social media, because you're in a strong positive place and you're being surrounded by positivity. Once you go on social media, someone is going to say something good or bad about you that's just going to be enough to make you think about it. So you stay in that bubble, you stay in that circle you're in.
Yeah, he's a wind-up merchant, isn't he? He's like Tyson Fury, win the psychological, get in their head, create the self-doubt, piss them off. It's that same shouting you down, hyping themselves up, and he feeds off that, get themselves confident. But you're the opponent, you don't want to play that game with them. Just like Johnny said, don't even go on that, don't even scroll on their page.
Just keep on scrolling, Josh, keep on scrolling. Andy, the other thing we can see with Joshua Buatsi, the beard is back, the hair's out. This means he's been working hard, right? When that beard grows, you know that all he's been doing is training.
That's how he's always done it. And on Friday, maybe even Saturday morning probably, because the weigh-in's quite late on Friday night, we'll see a different Buatsi. He'll trim his hair, he'll get rid of the beard, and he turns into, as he's described it, his younger, better looking brother. So he likes to kind of keep things very Spartan during camp, and I think the hair, the facial hair, that's just something to remind him of how long he's been at it, basically, and then he turns into a different mode on fight night. He's a difficult man to ruffle, Buatsi, and I know that Willie managed to do it in that original face-off, but I think that was because he brought a vibe to a professional setting that Josh just didn't really appreciate. And he basically explained it to us, didn't he? And he said, listen, if that kind of thing happened outside of the workplace, then I'd have addressed it and things would have been handled very, very differently, and that would have been fine, because that would have been appropriate to the situation we were in. But he didn't feel it was appropriate to the setting of conducting your obligations as a professional boxer. That was the difference between the pair of them there. But Hutchinson's one of these natural wind-up merchants as well, like Matt said. It's like Eubank Jr.'s naturally condescending and people find it really annoying. Hutchinson is naturally quite annoying for a lot of people. He is, isn't he? I'm right,
he
aren't
knows
I?
it.
And that's why it doesn't take takes no energy from him to annoy other people, because he doesn't even know he's doing it. But it can take a lot of energy from you.
I think he does. No, I think he's doing it on purpose. I think that's all part of it. I think he's trying to do that.
You can just see a little smile when he's doing it and he's talking at you. I swear, in sparring, we're all friends in the gym. In sparring, this young man, he's trying to create a war in sparring, not just with what he's doing, but what he's saying. And the amount of times Dominic's had to break people up.
Well, that kind of carry on outside the ring.
The amount of times Dominic's had to drag him out. Will he behave himself? I swear it was like two parents.
Well, let's head back to Thomas Schreiber.
Consisting of 15 wins, just one defeat, one draw, with 8 of his 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Please welcome the former British and Commonwealth champion and current WBO International champion, Josh Pretty Boy Kelly.
I'm loving this DJ.
This DJ, it's a bit of Johnny Nelson, this, isn't it?
Oh my, this is all night.
Looks like it's a bit of Josh Kelly as well. We can see the shoulders jigging. That's one of your moves, Johnny.
What, you know what? I just think, oh man, I wish I was 30 years younger.
Well, here comes the pretty boy, Josh Kelly. Of course, he was scheduled to fight Liam Beefy Smith on this show. Unfortunately, Liam Smith had to pull out. We wish him well. Hope to see him again soon. Ishmael Davis got the call around 6-7 days notice, and he will be the man stepping in against the Pretty Boy on Saturday night.
Yeah, listen, tough fight again. What a massive opportunity. Kelly, you know, it's difficult for him in terms of he'd have been preparing for Liam Smith, he'd have been preparing for someone that's going to look and come and try and walk him down, work the body. Different opponent now, so he's got to readjust his tactics and his mindset a little bit.
Kelly's team think this is a walk in the park, and I know there's members of the team that say, nah, it's a done deal, don't even worry about it. That's the wrong attitude to have with Davis. It is definitely the wrong attitude to have. These are when the surprises can happen. Josh Kelly is a very talented, unorthodox, successful fighter. I knew this kid before he turned professional, you know, and I think this guy's got everything going for him. But again, Saturday night is not a night for sleeping, boys. It's a night for getting on with the job, getting your professionalism in, and getting the job done.
Well, it was in this arena that he had his heartbreaking loss to David Avanesian a few years ago now. Says he shouldn't have been in the ring that night. He is rebuilding. We've got a great win over Troy Williamson. That's a mutual opponent with Ishmael Davis. It's very interesting, this one, Andy.
It's really interesting. We were talking yesterday, or these two really were talking yesterday, about how when you're preparing for a fight, camp is largely physical. It's mental too, because you've got a lot of time to yourself and thoughts can roll around in your head. But once you get to fight week, the physical side is done, and then it becomes mental. And that's where his problem was, Kelly. And he admits it now. Training would always go well, the physical aspect of it. He probably stayed at welter a bit too long, but he trained well, he enjoyed training. But he'd get to fight week and he would just destroy himself mentally. He turned into this severe hypochondriac. He would worry about the weight, he would worry about his diet, he would worry about getting ill, he would worry about absolutely everything. And by the time the fight came around, he was done. He was absolutely toast. And that's what happened against Avanesian, who was a really good fighter. And Adam Booth said to Kelly, as Josh said to us on Monday, he knew on the night that Josh couldn't win that fight, and that all Adam had was a towel and timing and throwing it in, because he knew that he was done, because he would run down his own battery. He's addressed that, and it seems like he's now found a way to cope with fight week, because you have to be able to cope with fight week. If you feel like you need to wake up on the morning of every fight feeling absolutely amazing, then you're always going to be disappointed, because nobody ever does. And when you don't, you need to be able to handle it.
You can be the most talented fighter in the world, but if you can't handle the pressure that comes with the big fights and the fight week, there's only a level you're going to get to. You're not going to push on to the big fights.
And they're called gym fighters. You know, you meet so many fighters that are really good in the gym. They'll produce cameos of brilliance, and they'll get so far on a domestic level. But when the pressure's on and it's really unexpected from them, that's when they seem to be found wanting. But again, this young man here, I think, you know, some people have to grow up. You have to grow up in front of the cameras, and where people will respect you. And his confidence will match his ability.
Is this a moment for Josh Kelly to kickstart his career? Because a lot has been expected of him, and he is now 30 years old. The pretty boy has got to become a pretty man. Has he got to kick on?
Yeah, I think he does, because the issue he had previously, he had to try and sort that out, and from what we know, he has managed to do that. It was a really good performance against Troy Williamson to win that British title. He boxed beautifully that night. And he's been matched well by Kalle Sauerland and Nissa Sauerland with Wasserman since he came back for part 2 of his career. But outside of Williamson, there haven't really been any big wins. So now is the time that he really needs a lift off. He'll be disappointed that it's not Liam Smith, but it's a massive stage, and he needs to take care of a resolute and decent fighter in Ishmael Davis. But it needs to start happening now. There is still time, but there's not much time for many more setbacks, if any.
Well, that is the pretty boy, Josh Kelly. Sunderland represented on Saturday night at Wembley Stadium. Many different parts of the UK represented on Saturday. We've got London to Leeds, Sunderland to Scotland, West Midlands. We've got a little bit of everything, a little bit of everything, a taste of different parts, a bit of Leeds as well with Ishmael Davis. But you know Ishmael Davis, right? That is Josh Kelly. That's who we're about to see. What's he like?
Ishmael Davis is a straight talker, no nonsense, a very tough, honest pro. Gets the job done. Hopes to create an upset tonight. I know, the levels that Josh Kelly's been, and they're just dismissing Davis. They shouldn't. I think Saturday night we've got so many intriguing builds, and there are going to be one or two upsets if anybody takes their position for granted.
Well, let's head back to Thomas Driver.
Coming by way of knockout, here is Ishmael, the Black Panther Davis.
Ishmael Davis, a fighter that a lot of fight fans might not have known too much about. 12 to
Well, here comes Ishmael Davis, and Johnny Nelson cannot stop dancing next to me. Another banger.
I think I'm going to get this DJ Now hotel and get some party going.
I do wonder if the fighters are choosing these songs, or if this is just the DJ who's catering for Johnny Nelson here tonight. But here is Ishmael Davis, unbeaten so far, managed by Sonny Edwards and Lee Eaton. And Sonny Edwards, I heard him point out something. He said Josh Kelly's best win is the same as Ishmael Davis's best win. It's Troy Williamson. So all this talk about Kelly being maybe leagues ahead, no, not for him.
And that's a valid point. We said the same thing to him on Monday, that if you take that most basic form guide, and they both boxed him in pretty close proximity, then that stands up. I like Davis. You look at the way he's gone about his career. He actually started boxing at 11, so a while ago, but then he had problems in subsequent years, found himself in prison a couple of times, knew that he had to make changes, and as a lot of fighters do, he found himself drawn to the law of attraction, and he made all the changes that he felt he needed to make to put that into effect, because that's the key part of it. Basically, you have to make the changes if you're going to attract that change to your own life, and he's definitely done that. He started off first 9-10 fights at Ellen Road in the banqueting suite, so small hall stuff basically, then on to Fight Zone, then on to Matchroom, and that win against Williamson was a big win. He is tough, definitely. He is a good pro. He's all the things that Johnny described him as, but he can box as well. He's not some kind of basic slugger who's come through one unlicensed fight, and it'd be easy to stereotype him as that, as a tough guy. And he is a tough guy, but he can box. So don't expect him to go out there and just take shots and try and, walk through the storm. He's better than that.
He's a switch hitter as well. I'm not sure I've seen Liam Smith do a lot of switch hitting when he boxes. This is it's a different kind of fighter to Liam Smith, right?
Sorry, say again?
This is a different fighter to Liam Smith.
Completely different. Like I say, from Kelly's point of view, he's preparing for someone, Liam Smith, that's basically going to try and cut the ring off, stalk him, walk him down, drain him. This is a different fight now. Like I say, switch hitter, probably more of a boxer. He's a tough guy, but he's definitely as a style, he's a boxer. So tactically, it's a different fight for Josh Kelly.
Well, he calls himself the Black Panther, believes in the law of attraction. Well, what's the view on the law of attraction? I mean, it seems to have worked for him. The law of attraction.
Yeah. Well, look, he's here. He's fighting on a Riyadh season card at Wembley Stadium. I mean, he's attracted that, hasn't he?
He certainly has.
And it's very easy to write Davies off. You look at Tyler Denny. I'm quite sure we'll see him next. Tyler Denny is forever being the underdog. Look where he is now. So just because someone's not a star, a headliner, in your face, braggadocious and anything special, that pure strength, determination and being in the right place at the right time makes all the difference to any fights to career. These fighters, especially like Davis, I was just like him, lived in a gym, wait for the opportunity for somebody to drop out of a fight. When they dropped out, I stepped in. They didn't expect you to be fight fit, but all the time you were just hovering. He's fight fit, and it's very hard if your opponent's pulled out to respect the new opponent as much as you did the original opponent, no matter how hard, no matter what he said, because you've obsessed about you know, Joshua's obsessed about Smith all this way through. So now he's in. You know, he's got disdain for him in a respectful way. So it's not until the ball goes you realise, wow, all right.
We had one of these not that long ago that is similar in quite a lot of ways, where Zach Shelley thought he was going to be fighting Mark Heffron for the British title, and he waited a really long time for it, in the way that Kelly's waited a while for a really big stage and opportunity like this. Heffron had to pull out, and Mark Jeffers came in, who Shelley probably didn't know that much about, but who, as it turned out, is really good. And he got beat because he was a bit flat on the night, and Jeffers is a really good fighter. This is that kind of equation. If Kelly's a bit flat, Ishmael Davis may well beat him, so he's got to make sure he isn't. And as Johnny said, it's not the easiest thing to achieve, because you can tell yourself all week, don't be flat, don't be flat, don't be flat, but then sometimes you just are, and you have to drag it out of yourself.
Fighters, that's why.
It's the hardest thing to guard against complacency, becoming flat, not getting up for it. When you've been, you know, Liam Smith's a big name. You know, that would be a big win if he was to win for Kelly. He'd have been thinking about that, visualising it, you know, totally focused on it. You know, in his head, he's disappointed that he's fighting Davis, but Davis is going to step up. He's buzzing that he's got this opportunity. He's probably going to perform better than he's ever performed before, because it's a huge opportunity for him. It's going to be difficult for Kelly to perform better than he's ever performed, because naturally you just feel a bit disappointed, a little bit flat, don't you, Johnny? It's a hard one.
There's a young man called Jonathan Thaxton, and he was in line to fight for a world title. And his original opponent pulled out. I'm sorry, I can't remember his name. He stepped in. Jonathan Thaxton got stopped, got beat. So, and the next fight was for the world title. And the problem was, because his original opponent pulled out and he got turned over, it's a complacency that every fighter. Well, you know what? The biggest example is Anthony Joshua, Andy Ruiz.
Yeah.
Andy Ruiz was a stand-in, and you saw Andy Ruiz come in, and when Andy Ruiz came in, we all laughed at him walking through. Anthony Joshua's looking at him, and he's got to lift himself for this little fat Mexican. Look, what did little fat Mexican do? Turn him over. He had to go back to the drawing board, adjust himself, and get the job done right, and come back and box him the next time and show him some respect. This happens in our sport. It's the worst thing that can. Every trainer dreads that kind of fight.
And actually, AJ had 6 weeks to get his head around Ruiz. This is only a week.
12-round contest. It will be for the IBO Super Featherweight Championship of the World. Let's first welcome the challenger from Leeds, Yorkshire, England. His professional record, 31 wins, 3 defeats, 1 draw, 8 wins. Coming by way of knockout, he is the former 2-time world champion, Josh the Leeds Warrior Warrington.
Well, here comes the Leeds Warrior, no stranger to the big occasion. Stadium fights, he's done a couple of them. Pressure heading into it with everyone backing him, everyone wanting him to win. He's done it. He knows the big stage. He's got an almighty stage on Saturday night against Anthony Cacace at Wembley Stadium, and it's an almighty task.
I think so. I think Cacace's on such a roll. His confidence is sky high. He was like a man possessed in Saudi Arabia when he beat Joe Cordina, and I think he'll have that same fire, and on top of it, the self-belief and confidence that you get from becoming world champion. I think Warrington, you know, a career featherweight, moving up in weight as well, fighting Cacace. It's a difficult one for him, I think. How you doing, Joe?
Well, we are delighted to be joined as we watch Josh Warrington. We have Joe Parker. How are you, sir?
I am fantastic. I just arrived in from New Zealand. It took us 28 hours to get here, but I'm happy to be here. Really looking forward to watching the fights on Saturday, but it's great. It's great to be here.
Buckingham Palace. Have you been to the real Buckingham Palace, or does this suffice?
Huh?
Is this good enough for you?
For me, this is good enough. This is fine. This is awesome.
What's happening with you at the moment? You're coming off some brilliant wins. What's going on in the Joe Parker world?
You know what? I've been. I was told there's a fight in September. I was told there's a fight in October, and then I'm told December. I've been in New Zealand with George Lockhart training away since April, and I put on about 20 pounds of muscle, I hope. And I'm ready to fight anyone, anywhere, anytime. Seriously, I feel like I'm in great shape, and I'm ready to go.
Is it the Zhang rematch? Because Zhang had a rematch clause, didn't he? So is it going to be him?
I think Zhang wants a rematch. I'm not sure everyone else wants, but Shane wants a rematch clause. I think there's like talks of RJ Carbayel, there's Bacoli. There's a lot of names out there. I just want to lock something in so I know who I'm fighting, training for.
Focus
on who I'm training for, yeah.
Talk to us about the main event on Saturday night. Anthony Joshua, a man that you know well, a man that you have filled out a stadium with, aiming to become a 3-time world heavyweight champion against a young, hungry Daniel Dubois.
I feel like, for me, I picked Joshua. I feel like Joshua in the first 5 or 6 rounds, he's looked very dangerous and looked powerful in his last few fights. George Lockhart picked Daniel Dubois. So we've got a bet on, and I think I'm going to win this bet.
I think Dubois is a very live one. I still pick Joshua.
Yeah, but I feel like Dubois later rounds.
Yeah.
Like he showed a great chin with the Hrgovic fight, and he showed grit and determination to be able to
and had power in the later rounds as well.
And power in the later rounds with Miller. He was able to stop Miller in the later rounds. So I feel like he's a live underdog. He's got a lot of. I think he's got a lot to prove. In this fight.
I totally agree with that.
They're both resurgent. They're both resurgent heavyweights. Anthony Joshua completely rebuilt with Ben Davison, almost like you linked up with Andy Lee, and you've gone like that. He linked up with Ben Davison. He's gone like that. Daniel Dubois with Don Charles. He's gone like that. Who's going to resurge better?
Could you fight the winner? Could you fight the winner in December?
I would love to fight the winner. I put on some good weight since training with Georgia in New Zealand. We have yet to link up with Andy Lee since we didn't have a fight locked in yet, but I feel like now I've got a lot more power. I feel like I can knock people out now. That's what I need.
Worked on your power and your strength.
Power and strength.
Power and strength.
Look at Joe Parker. What does Anthony Joshua do well? You've shared the ring with him. What does Daniel Dubois need to be worried about on Saturday?
Anthony Joshua possesses the power with the right hand, but he also can box and keep the distance if he needs to. And he's very, like when I fought him, he was able to just nullify what I was doing. So I think he has to do that because we've got a live underdog, like you said, in Dubois, and he's coming to win.
A lot of people are saying if Daniel Dubois takes the same shots that he took against Hrgovic from Anthony Joshua, it's good night.
I don't feel like he can take the same shots. I think Anthony Joshua possesses a lot more power and a lot more, just that oomph in his punches.
Also, I think Joshua, when he does get you hurt, he's a really good finisher. He puts the shots together well.
He was a good finisher, But with the Andy Ruiz fight, they said he was a good finisher and then he got caught.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
I guess the question is also, can Anthony Joshua take the shots that Daniel Dubois was dishing out against Filip Hrgovic?
Yeah, good question, that one.
What do you think? What's the answer?
Daniel Dubois possesses a lot of power. I feel like if he lands clean, it's going to test AJ's chin. And test if he can he come back after being hurt? Like he was hurt in the Usyk fight, he hurt in the Ruiz fight. Can he show that grit and determination to finish the fight and come back? It's a good question.
Thanks. We're talking about these fights that you want, these fighters that you want to fight. When's the next music video dropping? Because I'm checking my feeds every morning, waiting for the next Joe Parker. We've had a bit of Take That. We've had everything. When's the next one?
Give me some ideas, and we'll get one sorted ASAP.
That last one, Take That, mate. That was. I don't know how many times I watched that. It was brilliant. It's not just you. It's the backing. It's the backing band as well. It's the other band members. Just
give
tremendous.
How do you do it? How long does it take to put that together? Who comes up with the idea?
Kerry Russell comes up with the ideas. And I reckon it takes about 2 or 3 hours to film, and it's a lot of fun. It's something different, and it's just time to relax and enjoy and make some fun content.
It kept us going in the lockdown.
Let us know what's next. Give us some ideas and we'll make the next one.
Well, when did you realise that you could actually sing like Gary Barlow? Because you're not miming, are you?
I can't sing.
Oh, come on, Joe. Tell me a little bit about Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk. Tyson, of course, a man that you know very well. He's a good friend of yours, and it didn't go his way in the first fight. He's got the rematch coming up in December. How can he get the win this time? What do you think?
I feel like with this fight, Tyson Usyk, I've been talking to him recently, and he's different mindset. He's got a different mindset coming to this fight. He's I feel like he's a lot more focused. He was focused in the last camp and last fight, But having a loss in your record, I think it changes everything for him coming into this fight, rematch.
I think it's lit a fire in him.
He's got the fire in him, but also he's just the mindset's changed. You know, like he was undefeated before, now he's not undefeated. And I feel like he's going into this camp with a lot more motivation and more determined to put on a better performance.
Are you speaking from experience there as well? When you took your first loss, did it light something in you?
Yeah. When you take your first loss, you always want to come back and bounce back.
It's unknown territory, isn't it? For him at he's 36 now, 35, Tyson. Yeah. It's unknown territory at this stage in his career, coming back off the defeat. He's never been here before, has he?
Yeah.
Well, here comes the Andy Town Apache, Anthony Cacace, taking on Josh Warrington on Saturday night as part of this incredible show. We're going to lose Joe Parker here. Joe, great to see you. Great to see you, Joe Parker. Sounds just like Gary Barlow, that man. Just like him. And let's welcome back Johnny Nelson and the Andy Town Apache. Anthony Cacace is here. And Johnny, whenever I see Anthony Cacace here around Wembley, it just takes me back to 2 years ago. He was supposed to box at Wembley Stadium in front of 94,000 people on the Tyson Fury Dillian Whyte undercard. His fight got called off in fight week. Heartbreak. How do you build yourself back up? It must have been a dark time.
It's part of the course in the world of boxing, and you hear it happen to everybody else. But when it happens to you, there's no consoling. There's no fix. You train for that day, that moment, that time. And once it's changed, even if it's changed a week after, or even if it's changed to 4 or 5 weeks after, it affects your drive. And it's very hard because it happens over and over and over again. You don't train with the full belief that it's going to happen. But that's by the by. Look at where he is now. Look at the bill he's on now. Look at the position he's in now. Looks in excellent condition. God willing, that won't happen again this week. So let's see him in action on the big stage.
No, absolutely. And he was on the big stage on the Fury Usyk undercard when he stopped Joe Cordina, who was the underdog heading into that fight. What a win that was for Anthony Cacace.
Yeah, massive win. Brilliant fight. And a really brilliant performance from Cacace. He was like a man possessed all week. You knew he was going to produce a special performance. And Cordina, at times he matched him, but in the end, Cacace just overwhelmed him, and it was a fantastic performance.
And Andy, we'd heard for years whispers about the punch power of Anthony Cacace. We'd heard the stories from Carl Frampton in the gym. We hadn't necessarily seen it reflected in his record. We saw it on the Fury Usyk undercard against Joe Cordina.
We did, and you're right, he was one of these fighters who the streets knew, if you know what I mean. And you'd hear about him, and people would tell you about him and how good he was and what he might be able to go on and do, but it just didn't really look like it was going to happen because he had that narrow defeat against Martin J. Ward. He felt he won it. Martin J. Ward in good form at the time, a good fighter. He then did get that British title, but he was chronically inactive. You mentioned what happened Fury White Week, and then he gets the chance against Cordina from absolutely nowhere, and all week you could tell that he knew that was it. This is the week, this is the chance. And you just knew that he was going to turn up and perform, and he absolutely did. So he's in no mood to let this belt go. Just to clear that up, actually, if he loses, the title becomes vacant because the IBF haven't officially sanctioned this as a defence against Warrington. So if he loses, the title becomes vacant. If he wins, then he will have to defend against Eduardo Nunes. It's mandatory pretty soon after this, actually.
I think it's 180 days, but the IBO title is most certainly on the line on Saturday night. Josh Warrington, with a win, can still claim to become a two-weight, three-time world champion. But Anthony Cacace will be doing absolutely everything in his power to make sure that doesn't happen. There is an intensity about the way he speaks, about how far he would go in this fight. It's just what he lives and breathes, this sport.
Yeah, definitely. Massive fight, like you say. And it's funny for him to kind of hit his peak and get these opportunities at this sort of late stage in his career. But like I think Andy said earlier about you keep going, and it'll get there, it'll open up again. And that's what's happened for him. I think he's a pretty strong favourite on Saturday night.
I think so as well, and he says that he's the hardest hitting super featherweight in the world, and maybe now in these fights, now that he's getting a bit more active, maybe we're going to start seeing more of that punching power.
Self-belief is everything, and you tell everybody that, they're expecting that. Fighters know that, sparring people know that. He's not made up about the blue. I'm quite sure that is the effect he has on most people he stepped in with.
Let's head back to Thomas Treiber.
12-round contest. It will be for the EBU European, WBC Silver, and Commonwealth Middleweight Championships. Let's first welcome to the ring from Rowley Regis, West Midlands, England. His professional record consists of 19 wins, 2 defeats, 3 draws, with 1 win coming by way of knockout. Let's welcome the reigning and defending EBU European Middleweight Champion, Tyler Denny.
Well, here comes Tyler Denny, and this song has certainly perked the ears of Johnny Nelson, Matt Macklin, and Andy Clark. We were talking yesterday about how we were feeling romantic. What about this one, Matt?
What a tune. Tyler Denny, what a fairy tale, what a story he's had, coming in as the away fighter, the B-side as they say, springing upset after upset. You think, oh, that's it now, what an upset, but that he ain't going to go no further, and he just kept going and going. Now he's middleweight European champion. What a fantastic story.
Well, he's coming out to Killing Me Softly, but I can assure everyone Hamza Shiraz will not be punching him softly on Saturday night. He's on a hell of a streak of knocking out middleweights. It's what Hamza Shiraz does.
Listen to lines. And listen for a while. This kid is fancying it. He doesn't mind being the underdog. He said that's what his career's all been about, and that's why he's in the position he's in right now, because people write him off. His style looks so easy, so hittable. He looks so easy to beat, but he's got the heart of an elephant.
And he's awkward. He gets down real low. He gets on the inside. He dogs you. He doesn't leave you alone. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, you're thinking, he shouldn't be doing this to me. They've underestimated him again. And all of a sudden, they're in a tough fight with him. They start getting frustrated. And that's what he wants.
Well, let's be clear, Andy. Tyler Denny wasn't the first choice for Hamza Shiraz. Hamza Shiraz very publicly wanted a fight with Chris Eubank Jr. At one point, he thought he was going to get a fight with Chris Eubank Jr. Carlos Adames was linked as well for the world title. It wasn't those two. It ends up being this southpaw who has a habit of taking unbeaten records of rising British middleweights. Is it a banana skin?
It's 100% a banana skin. I actually think that if Hamza Shiraz is what Queensberry and Frank Warren and a lot of people think he is, then this is actually the perfect next fight for him, because the European title is a big title. This guy's earned it. He defended it against Felix Cash, and there's a next step on the road if he's going to go all the way, Shiraz. I think this is a great fight for him, because he got nailed nice and clean by a southpaw in Austin Williams and had his knees dipped, and that didn't go unnoticed by Tyler Denny. So he knows that happened, and he doesn't look at Hamza Shiraz as this wrecking machine, this unbeatable force of nature. He looks at him like he looks at everybody else as somebody who, like we said yesterday, puts on his trousers one leg at a time. And if I could get up close to him and weld myself to him, which is what he likes to do, I said it yesterday, but if he could get close enough to you as a southpaw to an orthodox, he will dig his hip and his shoulder into you, grind them in, and just try and lock them in. And then once he's done that, he's in you then, and you've got big problems. Whoever controls the distance in a fight generally controls and wins the fight, but that is times 10 with this one.
Yeah, Denny's one of those guys who just doesn't buy into the hype. He's a very matter-of-fact guy. He's got 2 arms, 2 legs like me, and everyone can say that to try and talk themselves that they're not buying into the hype, but he doesn't get swept with it. He just literally goes in and approaches every fight the same.
And it's a lovely story. Again, we were speaking at the hotel, and he's just happy that he's in a position now where he's changed his life. Even at this point, he's changed his life. He's got a house. He's got a bit of security. And he said, you know what, I'm going to keep. And it's made him even more hungry. Not complacent, it's made him hungry. Which I like seeing that. Some fighters makes him complacent. He's a hungry guy.
Well, speaking of hungry guys, we're about to be joined by a champ. He's the IBO and IBF World Super Featherweight Champion. Anto, how are you?
I'm great, mate. I'm great. Just taking it all in, mate. You know, it's great to be back. Part of rehab season again, so I'm just super excited.
Life's changed. I can see you've got about 400 sponsors.
I'm like a race car here, you know. Perks of being the world champion. But listen, I appreciate them all. They get you through camp. As a big man would know, it's not easy. It's very expensive to be a boxer, especially needing everything and doing everything, and these boys, they'll help me out.
I've seen a big smile on your face all week. Of all the fighters, you're the one that looks like they are the happiest to be here. Hitting shadow boxing, doing a presser. How much does it mean to you?
Johnny, listen, I've worked my whole life to get into this position, and I'm going to enjoy it while I'm here. I mean, no one expected me to go over and beat Joe Cordina, and I've done it. So I'm going to enjoy every moment from here and take it all in.
But you were underdog against Joe Cordina.
Yeah.
You're a favourite heading into the Josh Warrington fight.
See that favourite, underdog and whatever else? Josh is a two-time world champion. You know, he's had a couple of one defeat doesn't define a fighter. Not even two. He done well against Wood. Lopez could have went the other way. So for me to go in there and think I'm going to end as an underdog, you know, nobody knows me. They're going to know me on Saturday night.
We were just talking about that win in Riyadh against Cordina, and I was just kind of talking through your career and how you've been inactive and there have been injuries and fights falling out, like the one here on the Fury White undercard, heartbreakingly for you. And that you would have known when you got that voluntary from Cordina, I'm sure, that this is it now.
Yeah.
This is the chance, and if I don't take this, it's not going to come again.
Yeah.
Was that how you were feeling?
Listen, you get boxing's full of bad luck, good luck, you know, it's just a crazy old game. The bad luck has made me hungrier, you know. I've got 3 children at home. That motivates me. I wanted to buy a house and, you know, not have a mortgage. This fight does that for me. I mean, that's all that matters to me is providing for my family and a bit of legacy now, you know.
I really like that. I like to hear that because, you know, when fighters they become successful financially to a level in our game, they lose that hunger, that drive, what got them there in the first place. It sounds like your hunger and drive, you want even more. It's made no difference at all. Beating Josh Kelly.
No, it's secure the house for my family. You know, I don't have to go after this here and work and pay a mortgage. Hopefully, you know, things will went perfect. I can't believe that I'm in this position, and I'm here honestly. So I'm going to take every fight as it comes and keep producing the goods.
This is what I love about our fight game. These stories right here.
Did you enjoy walking out of Buckingham Palace, by the way?
Did I look like I enjoyed it? I skipped it, nearly skipping it. It was unbelievable. But listen, the whole experience is amazing. From yesterday in the middle of centre of London to here, unbelievable.
How proud were you to join the Club of Belfast World Champions? Because I read it out on the night and I'm pretty sure I got it right. You go back in the day to Rinty Monaghan, then there's John Caldwell, Wayne McCulloch, Carl Frampton, Ryan Burnett and you. I mean, that is, for a really famous old proud fighting city, that is a club, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, Belfast is the best city about. Love it. It's great to be part of all the World Champion Club. But, you know, the main thing is you know, it's great to fulfill my potential because I boxed from 9 years of age. You know, I've done everything as in the amateurs. You know, I'm just super proud to fulfill my potential and to be here, man. Honestly, so grateful. It's unbelievable.
How much do you rate this man we're looking at right now?
He's very, very good, very awkward style. But he's in for a great fight. This show is stacked with great fights, and again, Hamza, hard fight, same as us all.
Thank you so much, Anthony Kakachi. We're going to let you go.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
On Saturday night.
Good man.
The Andy Town Apache. And you can see on the screen a man that he rates very much, Hamza Shiraz, unbeaten and challenging for the European Middleweight Championship on Saturday night. A championship, a belt formerly
I'm
held
merit, man.
by
I'm
Matt
beating people.
Macklin. This is very much a fight worthy of the European title.
Yeah, look, Tyler Denny, like I say, sprung that upset. We were there in Wolverhampton. Then he goes and again the underdog beats Felix Cash. A fight everyone expected Cash to win, and obviously Shiraz has come up, beaten everybody that's put in front of him. Obviously, the fight against Daniel Williams, he got buzzed, but he came back and won the fight. Certainly a rising star, and like I say, we were saying yesterday, he's got star quality about him. If he keeps winning, you can see him becoming a really big name.
And it's no secret, I'm a massive fan of Tyler Denny's, but this young man here, Shiraz, looking at him, how he talks, how he carries himself, the size of him, the stuff I'm hearing that's in training camp from someone that's tight on the inside, he is very, very special. And someone's got to lose. I don't think it's going to be him, but I do think, you know what, we're looking at somebody potentially. He's just, you can see the growth that's coming with him. You can see how good this young man can be. That's middleweight. You can imagine him at super medal, even at light heavy. But he's got so much potential. But in the stuff I hear in the gym, it's mad.
Well, Matt, it was your weight division that he's competing in. He's 6'4" as a middleweight. That's frightening, right?
Huge. I'm the only. Look, Kelly Pavlik was 6'3". He was a massive. He was like putting 15 pounds, 20 pound on after the weigh-in. You wonder, can he? How long can he stay at that weight?
Well, he was actually at 154 a few years ago.
That's scary.
The last fight.
No, what you're saying, yeah.
I don't know how
Maybe
he did
just
that.
got that big frame. Yeah, but he's, in terms of reach, but he's even quite broad at the shoulders. It's not like he doesn't look skinny, does he?
He doesn't look skinny. How do you fight someone like him? If you were taking on Hamza Shiraz
with a bat,
you got to get it. Obviously, Denny's a southpaw. If I was boxing with him, you want to get inside him, you want to stay up close, you want to take his reach away, fight him at mid-distance, come and slip inside the jab, outside, come over the right, and be on him and set a pace. You certainly don't want to stand off him and give him the room to dictate.
If Tyler Denny stands off Hamza Shiraz, he'll get picked off, surely.
He won't stand off him because he knows he can't.
Yeah, he absolutely can't. It was interesting to hear Tyler Denny talk about Shiraz's fight with Williams, and obviously he noted the fact that he got buzzed in the third, I think it was. But in Tyler's opinion, after that, Austin Williams really did everything wrong. He didn't really follow up on it, and he paid attention to that. You can get to Shiraz, as Williams proved, and it's amazing how often that straight southpaw left hand goes straight through the guard of an orthodox fighter. So I think he will get opportunities. He's just got to make the most of them when he gets them. Hamza has looked really, really good, and it was interesting to hear him describe what it was like for him when he got hurt for the not for the first time necessarily, but against Williams. And he was telling us about how he discussed it with his trainer, and they decided that when it happens, then you've got to grab hold, you've got to tuck up, you've got to do all of those things that seem obvious, but that in the middle of a fight people often don't do, because it just goes out of your head and you can't quite think straight. So I think he sees that as being a positive experience overall.
And he's on a streak. He's clearly got power. He said he's doing his best Golovkin impression that he could do. It's going pretty well, that impression.
Yeah, the one thing about Shiraz, you've got to remember this, he's actually not bad at fighting on the inside. And I mean, for a big, tall guy, he's not bad at fighting on the inside. So if you've got to get close to him to get some form of success, you're going to walk into those long levers coming up, bringing them up and round. So he's kind of an all-rounder, a better boxer than his fight, but he can fight.
He's also now becoming a bit of a name. We can see that. He is a rising star. He was recently made a Riyadh season ambassador as well. With all of that, with all of this chat, we're really hyping him up. There'll be pressure, Matt. There'll be pressure with that.
The pressure's all on Shiraz, even though Denny's the European champion. Because like I said, Denny's just he's never really changed, even though he's had all these wins and his life has changed. You can see it hasn't gone to his head. He's kept his feet on the ground. And I suppose it's because every single time he goes into the ring, he's the underdog again. Look, the pressure's on Shiraz, but to me, he looks like someone he can cope with the pressure. He knows it's part and parcel of the game. He doesn't look. I don't get the opinion. I never get the impression that he's like getting above himself or getting carried away. I think his feet are still on the ground as well. He's focused.
He's very much got that, and he's shown that he can deal with pressure, he can deal with responsibility. He was, of course, Queensbury's captain, Frank Warren's man heading into the 5 versus 5, so he can do that. But let's talk a little bit about the main event. That is, of course, the chief support on Saturday. Daniel Dubois, Anthony Joshua. I just want to go through, I think we're going to bring up a graphic here, Daniel Dubois' kind of notable fights. So we have a look there, Filip Hrgovic most recently, Jarrell Miller before that, and Alexander Usyk, that was, of course, a loss. But that Miller fight in particular, that felt like a turning point, Johnny. What did you think?
The Hrgovic one?
The Miller fight.
The Miller?
Yeah.
The Miller fight, I actually thought when he beat Jarrell Miller, the thing is, Jarrell Miller was getting credit that I didn't think he deserved, because he was the loudest talker, the biggest bragger, the biggest bouncer, talking the big game, everything. But then when it was put on him, the first time he came against the test in Daniel Dubois, Daniel turned him over. So I just thought, well, it's a good win, but don't say it's a great win, because this guy is just a great talker, not a great fighter. So Daniel getting that win, I thought, good on you. But in reality, the biggest win on his record, as far as I'm concerned, is against Hrgovic.
It's most certainly against Hrgovic. But the thing I'd point to on the Miller stuff, I hear everything you're saying. Jarrell Miller, in his subsequent fight, went on to have a draw with Andy Ruiz, a draw that many people feel that actually he won. And yeah, you can talk about what Andy Ruiz was in there.
It was a big performance for Dubois against Miller, because, like you say what you want, it was coming into that fight with that draw on Ruiz, and he's a big lump. And for Dubois to retain the power and to be able to get a knockout in the 10th round, I thought it was impressive, and maybe psychologically turned the corner as well, more self-belief. And then he kind of took the momentum of that into the Hrgovic fight, and that was the acid test. Coming into a fight with Anthony Joshua, he's on good form. His belief is where it needs to be.
But they picked Miller for a reason as well, because they needed to know, and Frank said it all week, didn't he, Frank Warren? They needed to know, quite simply, whether he had the minerals for this or not, because they always thought he did, but they'd begun to wonder, and they needed to know. And they knew that with Miller, he would keep rolling in on you with all 300 plus pounds of him. And if you at any point decided that you didn't quite fancy it, or if that started to get into your head, then you would fold, you would buckle in the face of someone like him, and he didn't.
No, he most certainly didn't fold, and there was a couple of moments in there where it could have got a little bit hairy for Daniel Dubois, but then his father was brought to ringside. His father was slamming the canvas, telling him what to do, and we're about to be joined by a man known as the future of the heavyweight division, Moses Itauma. How are you, Moses?
Sadagam.
How are you?
Fantastic.
I introduced you as the future of the heavyweight division. I've heard heavyweight sensation, the future of boxing. Does any of this stuff ever get old, or are you enjoying it?
I guess it doesn't get old, but at the same time, I kind of don't believe it, because it's like I haven't proved nothing yet. Well, obviously, in my fights, I got rid of Marius Wack and XYZ, but I've never really had a tough test. People haven't really seen a lot of what I can do. So until then,
as long as
let's head over to Thomas Schreiber, who's going to introduce the fighters.
World. Let's now welcome the participants. First, the defending champion from Greenwich, London, England. His professional record, 21 wins, 2 defeats, with 20 of his 21 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the reigning and defending IBF heavyweight champion of the world, Triple D, Daniel Dynamite Dubois.
Well, here is the reigning and defending IBF World Heavyweight Champion, Daniel Dynamite Dubois. Has come into this fight week looking pretty cool, looking pretty calm. Doesn't appear to be fazed by the gravity of the occasion, and this is the first defence of his crown against Anthony Joshua on Saturday night. What a fight it will be in front of 96,000 fans at Wembley Stadium, a record-breaking night, and what a moment for this young man on a redemption story right now. That win over Filip Hrgović was very, very impressive on the Queensbury Matchroom 5 versus 5. And Moses, let me bring you in here. What are you thinking of Daniel Dubois' redemption? That win against Hrgović, that was big.
Yeah, you know what? I've got to give it to him. It's like, I'm not going to lie, some of the fights I didn't think he was going to come out on top, and he ended up doing it. So he's got his confidence back, and I'm actually really intrigued to see how the weekend's going to go.
You've done countless rounds with him. Have you ever got much out of him conversation-wise?
You know what? We actually have. We have a lot, you know. Obviously, we've done a lot of talking and sparring, but yeah, it's very, very difficult to get around some of his attributes, especially his jab. As you can tell, he's got a very, very strong, very fast jab, which is very annoying.
Who do you think wins the battle of the jabs on Saturday night?
I don't think AJ's going to be jabbing, you know. I don't think he'll be doing a lot of jabbing. Very, very intrigued to see how the weekend's going to go.
So one of the major concerns is that how easy Daniel seems to be hit.
Yeah, but at the same time, you actually got to give it to him. He's got a good chin.
He has got a good chin.
How many times has he been hit? And like, even the 3 times that he has been on the canvas, it hasn't been like knockout blows. It's been all right. He's kind of put himself on the canvas. So I don't know. I think he's got a good chin check.
Do you think AJ's got the kind of power to make a difference in
that? Yeah, 100%. And that's what makes this fight so interesting. It's like with AJ versus Ngannou, I didn't think AJ was going to knock him out. Because I was looking at Ngannou and he's been getting hit with elbows, knees, XYZ. I'm like, he ain't knocking Ngannou out. And look where he went and gone and done. So I'm intrigued.
We can see Kieran Farrell currently with Daniel Dubois. Maybe we're about to see some fast pads, or no, the gloves are they coming on or coming off? But that is the IBF heavyweight champion. Delighted to be in the company of perhaps a future world heavyweight champion, Moses Itauma. And Moses, you'll be there on Saturday night, 96,000 people. This is huge.
Yeah, 100%. So I don't know why I'm not boxing, but I'm getting goosebumps.
Great to see Riyadh Season putting on a show in the UK as well. You've got Riyadh Season experience. You're unbeaten generally, but unbeaten when it comes to Riyadh Season. Great to see it happening in the UK.
It's a bit different. It's a lot different. I feel like there's going to be a bit more different atmosphere as well when you got the beers and whatnot. But yeah, do you know what? 96,000 people. Like, how huge is that? How huge is that? I'm excited.
You're in the gym with Anthony Joshua. We had a chat the other day. You talked about how you can tell he's switched. You've seen something in him. I think he spudded you and you said, I'm ready. Tell us about that, what you've seen.
Yeah. It's even like, I saw him today and his demeanour is completely different to when I normally see him in the gym. He's a lot more switched on, a lot more focused, yet relaxed, which is the key. And obviously Ben mentioned today, he's been in this position so many times. Because I even went to him, I was like, he looks really comfortable, really relaxed, yet switched on. He's like, yeah, he knows what to do. He's been in this position many times. And I feel like that could give him the edge against Dubois, because look how many fights, big fights AJ's been involved in. It's a bit different to the Dubois situation. And I feel like that could be evident Saturday night.
And we've been saying that the last few days, it's a fine art that you only get perfect with experience, and that's being switched on but not burning up energy, being relaxed but focused. It's not easy to hit both of those notes, is it?
And that familiarity that Anthony Joshua has with Wembley Stadium, he's done the Principality Stadium in Cardiff as well. You think that gives him an edge over Daniel Dubois because he's seen it all before?
That's exactly what I was trying to frustrate earlier. It's like AJ has boxed in front of 80,000 people or even bigger or whatnot, and it's like, I feel like that does play a part in that. I feel like when you get called your name in the ring walk and you see all them people, I don't know, like, I'm not saying Dubois can't deal with it, but it's going to be very new, whereas AJ's done it countless times already.
Dubois reminds me of a former fighter called Ernie Shavers. Very heavy-handed, leans forward in the shots. so powerful, it's ridiculous. So you've got to outbox, outfox, and outpunch him, but you've got to do it clinically, and you can't sleep on it.
Daniel Dynamite Dubois.
There is Triple D, Daniel Dynamite Dubois, Kieran Farrell with him. I'm sure he'll enjoy the comparison to Ernie Shavers, by the way, Johnny Nelson. That's high praise for Daniel Dubois. I think we're going to grab a word with him. I can see Ali Drew with a mic in the ring. So Daniel Dubois very likely here to address the crowd. And he's got a few lines recently. He's started coming out of himself. He told Jarrell Miller, hey, big baby, every baby has a daddy. I'm going to beat you like I'm your daddy. He's coming up with it now.
The delivery just wasn't smooth though, was it? But it was a good line.
It was a good line. Have you been impressed, Moses, with Dubois? I mean, broadcasters are having to use the expletive button. He started swearing more. He's finding himself.
Nah, it's like, you can't really knock it. It's coming out of his shell a little bit more, and that was like one of the things when he was boxing Hrgovic. I did think that Hrgovic was going to beat him, and then like it was completely different with the press conferences.
Well, let's hear from him.
It's certainly underway. They're events in their own right. What do you make of the setup today?
It's great. It's good. I'm ready to fight, so I'm in a good place at the moment.
Now, we've just seen you moving around on the pads. What do you use the open workout for? Is it to showcase some skills, get a sweat on? What is the purpose of today?
It's all part of the pre-fight ritual, and I'm going through the motions and just building up my energy for Saturday.
You do look super confident and like you're taking it all in your stride. Just how high is your confidence right now, 3 days out from the fight?
I know I need to go to another level, my very best, so I can't wait for the challenge on Saturday. I'm ready to fight. Let's go.
Now, there's been a bit of discussion about how good you're looking out from the fight, the preparations. Maybe that you're looking a bit heavier than previous fights. Would you say that's correct?
I'm not sure. I'm not. Honestly, I've just worked hard in the gym. I've, suffered and worked really hard for weeks and months. So I'm just ready to fight now.
Not giving anything away?
Nah, let's go.
Are you going to stick around and see what AJ does in here?
Who knows? You might see me at ringside.
And a final word to the supporters who have come out today.
Yeah, tune in. You guys, it's going to be a great show on Saturday.
Cheers, Daniel.
Well, a nice ovation here for Daniel Dynamite Dubois. I'm just curious, Moses, if you were in the ring on Saturday and we had this workout, would you stay around and watch your opponent, or would you head back?
No, I probably would. I probably would watch my opponent.
Can you gain anything from that?
No, not really, because it's like no one's actually going to show tactics or anything on a public workout, are they? So I just wanted to see like the shape. I don't know. If he's throwing his backhand a bit differently, you might notice he might be injured or something. So it'll be handy to pick up something.
So there can be things that you could pick up. I remember Usyk watching Tyson Fury performing his workout, doing a few little things. Alexander Usyk did not take his eyes off of him.
Oh yeah, I saw it when Vitaly Klitschko was watching Tyson Fury in their workout in Germany, and you're trying to see if they've got a rhythm, if they've got an energy, a bounce about them when they're working out. You're trying to look for those things, but there's not really much to read from it. And if you're a fighter hanging about hoping to see something or trying to read something, you won't. I suppose it's kind of, I'm not really bothered. I'll be here if you want me to be here, but all the hard work's being done now. So all the planning and everything, what you see today should not make a difference.
Can't take anything from that workout from Daniel Dubois.
Not really. I mean, like you say, you do hang around because you just, in case, maybe. But 99 times out of 100, you don't.
But it's a special fight, and it's a big night for Daniel. That first defence of the crown. It doesn't really get much bigger than Wembley Stadium.
This is his world title fight. So I don't think Daniel believes he's world champion. He got it through the post. This fight, and most fighters, when they get a world title, when you've got it, you've got it. But fighters that get it the way Daniel got it, they won't believe it's theirs until they've made that defence up, they've boxed, and then you think, right, now this is mine. If you ask Daniel if he thought he was the one of the best heavyweights in the world, he'd say no, if he was honest with you. But after Saturday night, if he gets the job done, he'll think, right, I might be a champion, I'm world champion, I own this. and that's where the difference is. So it's paperwork, but it's the fight that makes all the difference.
And in terms of Anthony Joshua, Moses, obviously, as we've mentioned, you share a gym with him. What sort of, is he sort of setting the standards in that gym? Is everyone following his lead? Does he get in an hour earlier, leave an hour later? Is it that kind of thing?
I don't really know, but what I do get told, and I kind of do see, like, not only is he a boxer, a fighter, but he's also an athlete. He stretches before and after his sessions. Like me, I kind of skip some of that stuff because I'm young anyway. He's on it with his diet and everything. It's like to the T. It reminds me of a Bernard Hopkins. I remember he once said that obviously because he come into boxing late, he couldn't go after a fight to a club or something because he only has a short window. And I feel like AJ is a proper athlete and he does set a standard. That's why I call him El Capitan.
What are we seeing you next, Moses? Give us a little insight.
November the 2nd.
And who have we got lined up? Have you got any idea yet?
We had 2 opponents in hand, and they both got injured. Funnily enough, but we're looking for another step up.
And the last win from Moses over Marius Wack, that was a step up. That was impressive, the way Moses dealt with him.
He puts himself out there, and people now all of a sudden are paying attention and watching your business. But it's usually you have the privilege of learning your trade in the professional ranks undercover. But as soon as you beat a bit of a name, people have got your attention. And right now, there's somebody that'll be watching him that's in the amateurs coming through. And when he gets up there to the top, they've been watching him, preparing for him for years. And that's the responsibility of when you become a champion. If you're a champion, you've got to understand you're always being watched, always being assessed by somebody, that you're their motivation, you're their aim. So that win being a good win, he's got to keep looking forward, he's got to keep improving himself. The responsibility of being a top-class fighter is being able to deal with people that have been plotting and planning for you for years, for months, and beating them.
Will you be looking around Wembley Stadium on Saturday night when it's sold out thinking, this will be me one day?
Yeah, man, it gives me goosebumps sometimes. It actually does.
It's a major fight night. We can't wait to see you again as well. And I think, are you in action before the end of the year as well, Moses?
Say that again?
Are you in action before the end of the year as well?
Yeah. 2 fights we're looking before the year closes. I won my last fight as a teenager. Hopefully be in Saudi Arabia.
Well, fingers crossed we see that very soon. We just want to talk a little bit about Anthony Joshua. I think we're going to bring up a graphic here, some of his notable fights that Anthony Joshua has been through. But let's just talk about the form at the moment. How much can we take from his win over Francis Ngannou? What do you think, Matt?
Sorry?
How much do we take from Anthony Joshua's win over Francis Ngannou?
I mean, look, Ngannou's an MMA fighter. You can say afterwards that Joshua should have done that to him. But people weren't saying that fight week because we were out there, you know what I mean? And because, he had that fight with Tyson Fury. Okay, Fury was poor, but Ngannou took some big shots and came through it, and he was, hurt Fury. So, whatever way you look at it was a devastating knockout. It was a big lump. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. He went down heavy. It was a scary knockout.
It was that. Can you read much into that? Does that show that AJ is back, or was he just fighting an MMA fighter?
There's a lot you can read out of that. Ngannou is a big unit. You look at him, and if you get suckered in by all the hype and everything that's said about the fight, you then start to believe in the narrative. Anthony Joshua showed professionalism, and he looked at the facts. The facts are this: I've been a professional boxer and a former two-time heavyweight champion. This man should not touch me if I do my job correctly. And Anthony Joshua didn't knock him down, he knocked him off his feet. And Ngannou was a big unit. And it wasn't just a build-up, it wasn't just a knockdown, it was how he celebrated afterwards. He didn't jump about as though he just won a world title. He swaggered off as if to say, that's what should happen. And that shows you, I actually like that. I thought, you know what, good on you. You've proved that I take my position seriously. Tyson Fury didn't, and he paid the price. He had the gypsies warning. He got the nod. But if you're a champion, if you're a top fighter, your responsibility is that of a champion to stay there and do your job right. When you don't do it right, what happened to Tyson Fury will happen.
It was a cold knockout, Moses. It was one of those where he knocked him out and then he walked away, didn't even look back at him. That's a bit of you, that.
No, it was very impressive. I'm not gonna lie. When I first moved to Ben's gym, and he showed me an example of video analysis, and like they showed me what they had prepared for Francis Ngannou. And obviously when AJ gone and done what he done, he didn't celebrate. We was thinking, why would he not do that? But leading up to the fight, they was always planning for that to happen. So it's like, it goes to show that fights are won way before you step in the ring or even fight week. They're won in the gym, do you know what I mean, on the road, XYZ. And I feel like with the Francis Ngannou fight, it's very good, very, very impressive. But I feel like with Daniel Dubois, I feel like that's where he has the edge over Anthony Joshua. His last 4 or 5 opponents has been a lot different than what AJ has, and I feel like that could also play a part in Saturday night.
Well, that is the chat, and we're going to bring up a graphic here talking about the best kind of opponents faced, and you can see there, of course, Vladimir Klitschko at the top. That was 2017, 29th of April 2017, so long ago now. Bit of a passing of the torch fight. Joseph Parker there, unification, Dylan White, remember that?
Interestingly, Dev, take Francis Ngannou at that because he was an MMA guy, and none of those opponents has he fought recently. So what Moses is saying there is the current form rate coming into this fight, Dubois has been in with the better opposition coming in.
You've got to look at AJ's record. Look at how many former world champions he's beat and knocked out. Now, you can look in that list there. Obviously, the two that stand out to me is the Klitschko fight, because that showed the birth, a boy turning into a man. But the one fight I always love is the Dylan White fight, because he had an edge, he had a spike to him, he had a fight, he had just some nastiness in him.
And the Povetkin was a good win at the time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. But that's what. So now you're seeing that bit of spike coming back from Anthony Joshua. And funny enough, the second fight with Alexander Usyk was actually the best I've seen him fight, because he tried everything and he thought he'd put it on the line. Usyk was just too good.
He got closer. In the second Usyk
second one was a lot closer. Yeah, much better performance, better fight, better performance. And it was all Usyk could do to beat him. He did beat him, and he was a clear winner in the end. But it was a hard, it was a hard fight for Usyk. AJ really took it to him.
The Otto Wallin win, that seemed to be a bit of a... I think that was Anthony Joshua and Ben Davison's first fight together, and he really beat him up in there, didn't he, Moses?
Yeah, very, very. He made it very one-sided, didn't he? Especially like Otto Wallin coming off of a victory against Murat Gassiev, who's also a strong opponent, strong challenger, and then look what AJ went and done to him. So you got to obviously take that into account also.
It was also, it was short notice as well. So I feel like sometimes these Anthony Joshua wins get downplayed afterwards. I think it just happens in boxing.
Yeah, look, but both guys' form coming in is good. Both guys' confidence, belief is where it should be. Like I say, okay, Ngannou, he should have done that to Ngannou, but sometimes we don't do what we should do. He did do it, and even the fight before that, Wallin. So he's had 2 fights with a new trainer, and they've both been good performances. So his confidence in his team and his preparation is right up here. And listen, so is Dubois. So that's why we're intrigued. That's why it's such a good fight.
Well, it's this kind of post-Usyk era of Anthony Joshua, and this will be fight number 5. The first 2, which perhaps people aren't talking about so much, maybe because he wasn't with Ben Davison. Jermaine Franklin, he won on points. Robert Helenius, it wasn't going great, but then he knocked him out. Can Daniel Dubois look at those 2 fights and think, I've got him here?
I think I asked AJ yesterday, I said, do you see maturity? I see maturity in his how he looks on his fight, how he looks on his career. And a lot of things that have been said and done in his career that at the time he probably wouldn't appreciate. But now he's older and he looks back at those fights and looks at that version of AJ. He thinks, you know what, I actually get it. There's a maturity and there's a simplicity that he's now figured out. So you know what, I've got to get the job done. Don't take what you say to me to heart, because if I do, then I'm going to overthink it. If I overthink it, it's going to affect my game. Now he's at a stage now where he's gone through all the experiences, so when he gets in the ring to fight, this is what I've got to do. No second guessing, because the biggest criticism was he's thinking before he lets the shots go. He's hesitating, and you just think, he's got the talent, but he's not letting him go. Of late, you've seen him start to let it go. The maturity and the confidence to match the ability has now come together, and it had to happen at some point. Now it's come together, and he's here.
Also, I think he had a couple of fights with a new trainer. Maybe just quite vibe or click, you know what I mean? And that's going to impact in your performance. But I think, so he made he made a change. So he obviously felt that it wasn't, for whatever reason, didn't quite click. But he's had 2 wins now with Ben Davison, and he's looked back to, in terms of form, he's looked brilliant.
Well, we have been joined by the chairman of the Anthony Joshua fan club, Mr. Eddie Hearn. How are you?
Go on. I could have really mugged you off there. In the old days.
Different era now, Eddie. I think we were out of shot for that as well. Thank God. How are we? How are we feeling about this one?
Relaxed. I mean, I think that kind of like the old days of the uncertainty of when Anthony's comfortable, when he's dialed in, when he's 100%, I feel quite relaxed, and this is probably the most relaxed I've been about an Anthony Joshua fight. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing. We'll find out on Saturday. But with Ben, as Moses knows, it's just the input of data is so it's simplified, but it's extensive. And AJ's the kind of guy, if he believes in the plan, he's very calm and confident, and he believes in the plan. It's not breaking down the weaknesses of Daniel Dubois. It's not an overly scientific puzzle to solve like an Usyk. He's still very dangerous at all times, but they know what they have to do, and you can never take the result of a heavyweight championship fight for granted, but very confident that he gets the win.
We were talking to Moses about how he was shown tape before the Ngannou fight by Ben Davison, about how meticulously everything had been planned out. Moses, was it almost like a cheat code heading into the Ngannou fight?
You know what, it felt like it, but obviously I wasn't training with Ben at that time. But when I did join and I did see the Ngannou preparation, I was like, no wonder you thought that he was going to go in there and knock him out, and he did.
It's part of this, Eddie, the fact that AJ doesn't really have to spend all night thinking about this stuff so much anymore, because Lee Wiley, they're kind of doing it for him.
Yeah, he searched for a long time for the answers, and that came from bringing in a defensive coach, bringing in a pad man, Rob McCracken, watching tape himself. But you've got to trust in someone, and the trust is there with Ben. And like Moses said, the difference between seeing him on the pads with Ben versus seeing him on the pads with Derek James and Angel in the pot, a different puncher now. The stuff with Ngannou, the stuff with Wilding, it was scary when I went into the changing room to see them drilling it and then watch the fight. It was and AJ is brilliant at drilling, and he's brilliant at executing the plan when he knows and believes in it. And that's why I'm confident. He's going to hit Dubois sharp and hard and fast like he's never been hit before. Now it's up to Daniel to stand up to that and to come back with what he's going to have, and he'll be dangerous as long as he's standing. And I do believe also that Dubois has a good chin. In his defeats, it's not like he's been out, he's been rocked. He just didn't fancy it anymore, but he may have come through that. And AJ's got to hit him very hard, but this isn't Filip Hrgović and it isn't Jared Anderson, and the way that AJ's punching at the moment, he's got the ability to turn off the lights at any moment.
Has AJ ever faced anyone like Daniel Dubois?
Style-wise, probably not in terms of size and activity in the ring. I'm looking forward to seeing what Dubois does.
Povetkin was a dangerous fight.
Yeah, Povetkin was really dangerous. Shorter man, but a big puncher as well. Good movement. Actually, a bad style for AJ. Yeah. Anyone that's small and has good movement, not ideal for the bigger man. And look, the style matchup for AJ here is never perfect, but it's a lovely style matchup for him. But what do you think? Do you think that Dubois is going to come out like a train like he did against Hrgović? Are they going to try and take him into the later rounds?
I think he'll come out aggressive, but I don't think he'll be reckless, because that'd be suicide, wouldn't it? You're going against someone who can bang like AJ, who's sharp like AJ, and he's shown he's sharp in his last couple. You know what I mean? He's got to think his way in there. He's got to get his jab going. He's got to use his feints. I don't think you can just steam into AJ. I think that'd be suicide.
I think when he's like this, AJ, people aren't quite prepared for the sharpness. You know, like the slip counter. Like, I'm going back to the days, like, I know it was Charles Mine and then, but back then, one mistake and it was like, it was over, and he lost that. You know, he lost that ability with his feet and everything to actually throw shots like he used to. You know, if you look at him, even in the Franklin fight and the Hellenius fight, he just, everything was out.
No, last two fights. First round of the Wallet fight, I remember thinking, he looked sharp, straight right hands to the body, he was accurate, his timing, his distance, he was spot on.
Moses, every kind of amateur pundit out there right now is saying the same kind of thing.
I'm looking forward
to seeing. If Anthony Joshua hits Daniel Dubois like Filip Hrgović was, it would be over. But surely Daniel Dubois is going to move his head, right? Surely they've worked on that.
Well, everyone thought that he was going to move his head once he got caught with Hrgović a couple of times, but he didn't. He just tends to brace for the punch instead. But I don't think he can do that against AJ, I can't lie.
How much confidence did you take from the Hrgović fight with Daniel Dubois, or did it worry you?
Both ways. I mean, you know, Hrgović, I don't think Hrgović was at his best, but we shouldn't, you know, not give credit to Dubois. It's a fantastic win. I mean, on one side you say he got hit, you couldn't miss him, and on the other hand, you could say Hrgović never budged him. So I think he showed a good chin in that fight. But like
positive and a negative.
Yeah, but I think, you know, again, it's the sharpness of AJ. It's not a guy that's just going to be swinging away. It's when he makes Dubois miss or fall short and then counters him, and then it's how Dubois reacts. This fight could catch fire, you know, because I feel like when someone counters someone, there's going to be a 3 or 4 punch combination, and it's going to come both ways.
I think he'll catch fire. I don't think this fight. I don't think we'll be going into the 7th round.
I hope not. As long as it goes that way.
Well, if it goes into the second half of the fight, who does that favour?
Depends, because, like, you know, people have got this perception that AJ fades in fights. I think early on in his career he did, because he had all this kind of like emotional energy, like when he fought Dillian White, and he'd unload and he'd like load up.
And 18 stone wasn't his best weight either, was it?
But also, you could say that when it gets tough and it does go deep, Daniel Dubois starts fading, and he actually might look for a way out in the fight. I don't know, like, you know, it's one of those you could debate. I think the father's a big thing. You know, I don't think a lot of these sort of discussions about how the fight goes, people probably aren't talking about the dad effect that much for Dubois. You know, he was, in my opinion, he was on the borderline of giving it all up against Jarrell Miller after 5 or 6 rounds. Frank brought the dad in, and he screamed and shouted at him every round in the corner. Didn't look at Don Charles after that. He just sat down and looked for his dad. And then in the Hrgović fight, after about 2 rounds, Frank brought the dad actually in the corner. And I believe he's actually a second in the corner for this fight. It's good, you know, it's important for him, because he can't find that confidence without his dad. I don't mean that critically, it's truth, it's fact. And it's an asset for him, because he'll be looking out for him when things get tough. Might be a weakness as well, but the fact that he's there is interesting, you know?
I agree with you, and in the Joe Joyce fight, his dad wasn't there. His dad had left the building.
You know, if he
in
catches
the fight, you see Daniel looking around. He couldn't find his dad. When his dad is there, things tend to go quite well. And Moses, let me bring you in here, because it's about hearing a familiar voice that you've heard all your life ringside. You've not had any times of trouble yet in the ring, but you will always hear the voice of Carol, the voice of your mum, the voice of your dad. I hear it too. You hear that, right?
My last couple of fights, I haven't really heard anyone else's voice apart from my brother's, because he speaks Slovak when I'm in the ring, which makes a difference also. But funnily enough, in my last fight, I don't know why, I only heard my best mate growing up here. I only heard his voice. I don't really know why, but it just tends to be that way.
Well, Frank, great to see you.
Good to see you.
Here's your man, Moses Atalma. He's looking good, right?
He's always looking good. It's $1 million.
He does look $1 million. We were just talking about the dad effect. Eddie brought it up about Daniel having his father ringside, what effect that has. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? It seems to be a good thing for Daniel Dubois.
Look, he's in a very good place. There's no doubt about it. He's in a very good place at the moment, and he's confident. And I'm pleased with it. And at the last couple of fights, it's worked, so why fix it if it's not broke?
Can I just say that I've heard a rumour that the traffic's going to be very bad for Daniel Dubois' dad on Saturday getting to Wembley. I've already heard there's a problem with one of his tyres.
That's all right. I bought him a tent. He's going to sleep over.
Well, the traffic is actually bad, by the way, guys, for Anthony Joshua at the moment. That's why we are delayed, but we're in great company here. Eddie, it's Queensbury versus Matchroom. Your form's not great heading into this. What happens if, dare I say, Queensbury pick up another win on Saturday?
Yeah, this one means a little bit more. You know, I think as we're 10-0 down, feels like this is worth at least 10 points, maybe more. We've also got, of course, Josh Warrington fighting Kakachi on the card as well. And then we go October 12th, we've got Raven Chapman v Sky Nicholson, and loads of other Matchroom Dave and Queensbury matchups down the line. But this one's a little bit special, isn't it? World Heavyweight Championship, two guys we've both had from the debut, two guys that mean a lot to us, and a very important fights for our respective companies and broadcasters, but more importantly the individuals as well.
This one's absolutely everything, isn't it?
Of course it is. You know, this is the big fight. This is for the IBF title, and the winner of this is well and truly in the frame to fight the winner of the fight on the 21st of December in Riyadh. Riyadh sees the fight over there, rematch between Tyson and Usyk. You know, brilliant times for the heavyweight division. Nobody can afford to lose.
We're seeing plenty of graphics go out. There's events going on this week around Fight Week. My understanding is Tyson Fury is going to be there. Alexander Usyk is going to be there as well. It's going to be a festival of legendary fighters ringside. What can we expect when Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk take their place ringside on Saturday night, Frank?
They'll probably sit down and watch the fight.
But they'll be watching a future foe, right?
Of course they will, but their mind is well and truly on the 21st of December, both of them. You know, it's a big moment for them. And, you know, of course they'll be interested in watching the two guys because they're going to be facing them down the road.
What sort of impact do you think it has on Anthony Joshua having Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk ringside? I mean, he knocked out Ngannou in front of Fury. Yeah. Fury clapped this.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's really relevant. I mean, you know, he'll be dialed in, switched on. There'll be 96,000 people there. I don't think Fury or Usyk's going to bother him that much, you know. But I think it's an intriguing fight that all heavyweights and all fighters are really interested in as well, because, you know, I do feel like AJ's a favourite in the fight, but everyone believes Daniel Dubois has a chance in this fight, and the closer it gets, as always, the odds shorten, especially once Frank starts talking.
What can we expect at the presser tomorrow?
What do I expect?
The press conference tomorrow. I mean, we saw when they had the round table, Anthony Joshua, Daniel Dubois, it got a little bit interesting.
Look, it's tense. It's going to get near the fight. All fighters, it gets more and more tense. And each of them be trying to mentally outdo the other, but it won't matter. It's all about Saturday night. And the thing about this, why everybody's so interested, the bottom line of it is because they're two phenomenal punchers. That's what it is. That's the excitement of this fight, because they're such big punchers.
I mean, you could probably say they are the two biggest punchers in the heavyweight division right now, Moses. Obviously, you can bang a bit as well.
He doesn't agree with that.
No, obviously they've got to be. And obviously Daniel Dubois is obviously the world champion and AJ's challenging it for it. It makes it a very intriguing matchup, especially now there's Matchroom v Queensbury. I feel like
good to see you picking a Matchroom boy though, Moses. You know, nice to see you switched on.
No, do you know what it is? I feel like with the position obviously I'm in, I'm a Queensbury boy, but obviously I train with AJ, so I get to see a lot of insight with Anthony Joshua's training, and also I've done countless rounds of sparring with Dubois, so I feel like it's very interesting. It's very interesting Saturday night.
He's someone that you should look at, you know, in the respect of being a competitor and a winner.
100%.
Because we know that when you start in the game, the hunger has to be there. But to have the hunger and the discipline and the consistency that he has today,
of course,
with everything he's done, the money he's made, I think he wants it more now than he's ever wanted it in his entire career. He wants to win this fight more than any fight he's ever been in before.
And there's a reason for that, because if he doesn't, he's in trouble. So he wants to win it. I'm telling you, in Daniel, I've never seen him so confident. I mean, you've seen him over here. He's relaxed. Normally, he doesn't want to do an interview. He don't want to talk to anybody. He's right. You know, he's engaging in this. And I like to see him like that, and I like the fact that he is the underdog. I do like that. So I'm talking up this in my head, but I'll tell you what. Whatever way you want to look at this, it's going to be exciting. It will be an exciting fight. Stand on me. I think that, and I said it yesterday, I think this is going to be a heavyweight version of Hagler Hearns White Last.
That wouldn't be bad at all. Listen, before I let you both go, Frank and Eddie, state your case. Why does Anthony Joshua beat Daniel Dubois on Saturday and become three-time world heavyweight champion?
Too experienced, too composed, too good, too sharp. Inside 3 rounds, Anthony Joshua by knockout.
And Frank, state your case. Why does Daniel Dubois retain his IBF World Heavyweight Championship on Saturday night?
I think he's the bigger puncher. I think he's got the better chin. I think he's on a roll. He's hungry, he's young, and he's got speed.
And Moses, state your case. Why do you knock all the heavyweights out?
You know, it's a good fight. I'm kind of leaning towards Joshua, but I'm definitely not ruling out. I'm not ruling out the bar.
Oh, he's changed his tunes. Now Frank's up here. You know what I mean? Wants another 0 on that check, Frank.
No, honestly.
I can't get another 0. It's not on the page. There's no more paper.
No, listen. I feel like Dubois is an underdog. Well, he's not underdog, but he's the younger, hungrier man, and I feel like that could play a part in Saturday night.
Very, very interesting. Thank you, Eddie. I'm not even going to go for the fist bump. Thank you, Frank. Great to see you as always, sir. Thank you, Moses. Goodness me. See you later, mate. Thank you, guys. And we're going to bring back in Matthew Macklin, who's going to join us. We are...
How's it going? You all good?
Filling for time at the moment. Anthony Joshua, my understanding is stuck in a little bit of traffic, a little bit of London traffic. Maybe he's stuck somewhere. Here we go. We can see on our screens now. The former 2-time unified world heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua is somewhere in that car, in the back, making his way, making Daniel Dubois wait. Actually, I'm not sure if Daniel Dubois is here. I don't know if he did stick around. That would be interesting if he has made him wait, but I think Daniel Dubois has gone, and probably rightly so, right?
I wouldn't have hung around if I was Daniel. I'd have done. The job's done. He's not going to see anything else. As I said yesterday in the purple carpet walk, AJ took about 15 minutes to get down, and Danny was there, and he's just showing, yo, look, I'm the man. You've got to respect me. Look at what I've achieved. And it's those subtle things that make a difference. The smartest thing for Daniel to do is leave and go. What's he hanging about for? He's done his bit.
He's done his bit. I guess this is... Look, we can say he's probably just stuck in traffic. That's why AJ's a little bit late. But is there any more to that? Is there a little bit of experience, a little bit of just making people wait? I don't know.
I mean, I don't think he's probably not in any rush to get here. But I think they can wait for me, you know what I mean? But I think it probably is legit. You know,
he's probably just really laid back. He's like, you'll know, in the gym. You know what I mean? He's just laid back. He's just one of those things.
He's just laid back, but... I guess one of the conversations just now was about whether or not Daniel Dubois is just going to charge at Anthony Joshua when the first bell rings on Saturday night. Is he just going to walk forward and chuck the kitchen sink at him? What do you think?
You never know in the heat of the moment. You know, 96,000 people, the atmosphere, what that can do. But I'd be surprised. I don't think he's going to go out. I think he'll be aggressive, but I don't think he'll be reckless.
Is that how you see it?
Well, he said yesterday, I'll do everything to win. I've got to use my head, I've got to use my elbow, I've got to do it. He's got to do that. He's got to get in there, because if he stands up for Anthony Joshua, he will get carved up. He will get absolutely peppered, boxed and knocked out. That's the worst thing Daniel Dubois could do. He needs to cross swords with him. If you and I stood toe to toe, we had beer glasses, everyone was slinging them. It's a case of who lands first. If I'm going to keep it at reach and box you and use what I've got, you've got no chance. And so for Daniel Dubois, I'm not saying he's got no chance. What I'm saying, his best chance is get Anthony Joshua up close and the tear up. And then, who would it suit better?
I'm glad you've given me sort of half a chance in hand-to-hand combat against Johnny Nelson. Goodness me, I need a bottle, I need a bat. I'll probably need an awful lot more than that. They just brought up Ben Davison on the screen as well. Obviously, clearly a brilliant mind, a brilliant coach. How much has Ben and Lee taken you to another level from what you've experienced? Or has it, Moses? I don't know.
I'm trying to find a way how to get my words out. Do you know what? The thing is, what I liked about their whole setup is, I remember my first training session, I walked through the doors and Ben's got like pages about what I need to work on. And then he shows me video clips of what I do right and what I do wrong. And I'm like, okay, this is what I need. And I feel like it's even just been with the experience of training Billy Joe Saunders and Tyson Fury, also Anthony Joshua. It's like that's some things that money can't buy. And I feel like being in the gym with him, I've improved a lot more. And it's not only that. Look at all the boys I'm in the gym with. Obviously, I've got Pat and Luke McCormack, got Royston, who's a fellow like up and coming. You got Alois, Lee Wood, Anthony Joshua. There's countless of names that's in the gym with us, and there's only one way we can really like go from that. Fabio Wardley also. Do you get what I mean? It's like I watched Fabio spar today, and it's like, okay, cool. I can pick up on something. Let's say he's not doing correctly. I might put that in my game. Do you get what I mean? So, listen, there's only one way we can go in that gym.
It's that whole idea of iron sharpening iron, something you gents know very much about, both from great gyms.
Yeah, massively, and they're all competitive, and everyone wants to be the top guy. And like you say, you're just absorbing it all. It's all information, it's all knowledge, and you're learning from everyone. Like you say, you can be watching a gym mate spar. You're not actually training with them, but you're learning from watching them.
All good.
Yeah. Well, absolutely, and we are delighted to be in the company of Mr. Spencer Brown.
Oh, nice to see you. You all right?
To see
unbelievable, isn't it?
Isn't this unbelievable?
Hey, nice to see you, mate. You all right?
Tell us about this. I mean, what a fight week this has been. Leicester Square last night, Wembley Arena today.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah, and you're going to see a lot more.
So I can
a lot more, yeah. But apparently there's a lot more coming as well. So this is just the start of it. I don't know what we're going to get next. We might get the full piping band come down, and I don't know what we're going to get next. I ain't got a clue.
Listen, we've had Riyadh season, of course, in Riyadh. We've had it in LA. How special is it that we've got it in London? This
is going to be the biggest one yet. When Turkey Al Sheikh walks into Wembley and sees nearly 100,000 people, you'll see he'll never see anything like it. You know from the previous fights, it's a special place, unbelievable place. I can't wait.
We can't wait either. My understanding is Anthony Joshua is now very shortly going to make his way. We can see people in the ring from Anthony Joshua's team. So we're going to head over to Thomas Triber very, very shortly. But tell me a little bit more about Saturday. Actually, we're heading over to Thomas Triber right now.
Event this Saturday, 12 rounds scheduled for the IBF Heavyweight Championship of the World. Let's now welcome to the ring the challenger from Watford, England, an Olympic gold medalist with a professional record of 28 wins, 3 defeats, with 25 of his 28 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, two-time heavyweight champion of the world, AJ Anthony Joshua!
Well, here comes the former two-time unified world heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua, limbering up here in Buckingham Palace, aiming to become a 3-time world heavyweight champion on Saturday. He would join a very, very small club, very elite club, if he's able to do it. No stranger to Wembley Stadium. It's a big fight. It's a big night, Spencer.
It's a massive night, and I think it's very close, this. And I think it gets decided in the first 6 rounds. We're going to see that. I've got a funny feeling about this, and these Riyadh seasons, there's always a massive upset. Always. I don't know whether this one will happen. I mean, I can't see Anthony getting beaten, but I've been wrong every time when you see Dubois. Every time they get it wrong.
That's a great point about Riyadh season cards and strange, unexpected things happening. I remember coming back on the plane from Riyadh, and you're always talking about something. You're like, what on earth just happened there? We may see something like that on Saturday night.
Well, there's a lot of people come back to big careers from losing, going to Riyadh season, beating people they should never beat. All of a sudden they're on top again. Joe Parker, Ajit Kabayel, you know, just to name two.
Kakachi against Cordina was a big win.
Unbelievable. Who saw that one coming? Certainly I didn't. So, you know, there's going to be an upset again Saturday. There always is.
There always is. And as you mentioned there, yeah, Riyadh season very much has reinvigorated the careers, really, of so many fighters. Anthony Joshua, 2 big wins in Riyadh. Otto Wallin, Francis Ngannou. Daniel Dubois had Jarrell Miller. He had Filip Hrgovic. And now they are meeting on Saturday. Interesting to see AJ here. Doesn't really give much away at these workouts, just training with the kids from the amateur gym. It's kind of what he does at these workouts,
yeah. So this is what we expect. If it came out hitting pads, I'd be more surprised, you know what I mean? The fact that he gets the local lads in, he boxed up each, he didn't himself as an amateur, wants to give the lads a G up, put them in, have a bit of a shake out, and that'll be it.
Well, he's obviously ready. He knows what he's got to do. He's done this a million times before. So this is him all over, isn't it? And I believe, I've been told by his team, he's so focused on this as well. Very, very focused.
Well, we can certainly see that in Anthony Joshua. He's got that air about him. Is all the pressure on him on Saturday? Moses, let me bring you in here. Do you feel like Anthony Joshua is the one with all the pressure on Saturday rather than Daniel Dubois? What do you think?
One more time.
All the pressure, is it on AJ?
Yeah, I guess so. Only because, like, you could say he's a veteran, and he has a lot of things over him, meaning like his fights, his experience. Obviously, he's the 2-time heavyweight champion of the world, and like the age difference also. I feel like it's more in Anthony Joshua's favour, and I feel like he has to prove something. Whereas Dubois, you know, he's still young. I feel like if he doesn't win on Saturday night, he's still got loads of time to come back. Whereas Joshua hasn't.
Well, I think one day you possibly will be fighting Daniel Dubois. That's going to be one of your one of your main opponents one day. So 100%. You know, this will be interesting for you as well, because this kid is the real deal, by the way. This is the real deal. This is the next generation.
Definitely.
And that's not just from what I've seen him spar with some of the biggest hitters in the world. And let me tell you, frightening. Absolutely frightening. Remember that name, Moses?
I haven't seen a lot. I've seen him box twice.
Yeah.
Each time I've thought, whoa.
Well, you want to see him with the big guns. Doesn't faze him. He bangs extremely hard.
But can box too.
Can box. It's frightening actually to watch. And I mean, obviously I speak to Tyson all the time, and he said there's nobody else. This kid is the one. I thought he might have a bit of problem with Anderson, but he's been, you know, let's see what he comes back like. But this is the man. And 18 years of age. 18. 19. Oh, 19. Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday.
I'm keen to hear what Tyson thinks about this fight. What has he said to you about Daniel Dubois, Anthony Joshua?
Tyson, I think, fancies Dubois. Yeah, he's. I'm sure he fancies Dubois. Well, last time I spoke to him, he did. But you know, people change their minds, don't they? But yeah, he fancies Dubois.
And he'll be there on Saturday night, Tyson?
He'll be here Saturday. We've got a big do on at Box Park. We've got every champion from all over the world. I mean, we've got more champions than we have punters at the moment. So it's quite unbelievable, really. But yeah, it's going to be a huge day. Again, put on by Riyadh season. I've spared no expense. Get who you want, bring everybody in, and that's a party before a party.
And to be fair, I've been seeing the posters come out, and it's like, it's almost one every minute. It's like, oh, Manny Pacquiao's coming, Roberto Duran's coming.
Yeah, and it's all because of Turkey Al Sheikh and Riyadh season that we're going to get these. I mean, Manny Pacquiao, yeah, it's all right, I'll nip along and have a few drinks with you, you know. Crazy.
Well, let's hear from Anthony Joshua, who joins Ali Drew in the ring.
AJ, a small workout for you, but as we've seen you do before, giving this opportunity to the guys and girls to showcase their skills and be on the big stage.
Exactly. Being on the big stage, they're the boys and girls from my boxing club, so we're in local town, so I thought I'd bring them down.
How much does it mean to you to be able to do that on a platform like this?
Everything. So it's about opening doors for people, like people open doors for me as well.
What are you making of the setup in here and where you walked from today?
There's a fight here happening tonight, right? 10 out of 10. 3 fights happening tonight. It's 10 out of 10. I feel like I'm in the ring ready for my fight as well. It feels good. Canvas feels good. Size is good. Just need to get my wraps on and my gloves and I can fight today.
3 days out. How are the emotions now?
There's no emotions.
You're just ready to go?
No emotions. I'm just here. Just here.
What are you expecting from the rest of the fight week?
More media, more talking, more training most importantly, and walk into the ring in front of 96,000 people ready to show people my gladiatorial spirit.
We have to give the final words to the supporters who are here today.
Yeah, I see my peoples. Big love to everyone that come out, enjoy the show. Shout out to His Excellency Turki Al Sheikh for putting on a boxing show for the public. And how's everyone doing tonight? Everyone feeling good? I'm going to shoot off, but you know if I could, I'll spend all day with you lot. But I'm going to shoot off and I appreciate your time. God bless.
Great stuff there from Anthony Joshua, and I think he probably would have spent all of his time here if he could, but he has got quite a big fight coming up on Saturday. Delighted to be in the company now of Kevin Larena, who joins us. How are you, Kevin? Great to see you. You are well placed to give us a bit of an opinion on this fight. You have shared the ring with Daniel Dubois in a football stadium. It was a great fight that night. What is the Kevin Larena breakdown of Anthony Joshua versus Daniel Dubois?
You know, you've probably heard this so many times, but I truly believe it is a fight that is 50-50 because both guys are big punchers. But I think we need to take into consideration, since Anthony Joshua teamed up with Ben Davidson and since Daniel Dubois teamed up with Don Charles, they've both clicked and come on. So, you know what? I think it's a fight that a lot of people are siding one side. I can't really side towards one side. I believe I see opportunity for both fighters. Obviously, AJ's not new to the stage. He's been on the biggest stages many times. And Daniel as well. He's fought at Tottenham. He went to Poland. He went to fight Usyk in Poland. He then fought Hrgovic as well as Baby Miller. And those two fights, he showed a lot. So, Daniel, I think, is coming to himself since he faced adversity against me. So I think it's a fight that could go either way. But, as cliche as it sounds, he has a puncher's chance. Well, so does AJ. I just truly believe that Daniel can't get hit with the right hands like he was getting hit with by Hrgovic. He can't afford to get hit with those type of shots with AJ's power.
That's kind of what everyone's saying. He can't afford to get hit with those same shots. You got to go.
I think it's going to be telling over the first 6 rounds. If he is getting caught with them shots, they're going to put a big dent into him, and it's hard to keep taking them all night. It's hard.
What does Daniel Dubois do well? Moses mentioned his jab. Moses has sparred plenty of rounds with him. The jab's amazing. You've actually boxed him. What did he do well against you?
Moses took the words out of my mouth. I said when I fought him, I found his jab was irritating me most. Being a southpaw, the jab hands where my lead side is, and I kept saying his jab's frustrating me. I kept trying to change my levels because his jab was finding me. And to be honest, he's got a very hard jab. Yes, he's a heavyweight. Yes, AJ's big too. All heavyweights can hit. Daniel Dubois' left hand was very strong. His lead hand was very strong. He's got a good jab, and I think he needs to utilize that. He needs to keep AJ off balance, because if you let AJ set and throw those long right hands, those long backhands, it's going to be hard for Daniel.
Thank you for the Kevin Larena breakdown. Love that, Kev. Great to see you. We're going to let you go. Spencer, we're going to let you go.
See you soon.
See you soon. See you when I'm looking at you. And Moses. I think Moses and Talma's going to jump out as well. Anthony Joshua, you can see on your screens. He hasn't got time for selfies with everyone, but he will get some in.
No, I'll be ready, don't worry. I'm sure that's what we're going out there for, isn't it?
Moses, we're going to let you go as well. Thank you for joining us. Anthony Joshua on the screen here, taking his time. Look, and as I mentioned, he probably would do a selfie with absolutely everyone in here. He might even come in and have a selfie with us, but he hasn't really got the time, Johnny. He's got a fight coming up.
Yeah, he's got a bit of business at the weekend, and you know, this is the calm before the storm for most, especially for AJ. And he knows he can switch his game face on. He knows he's just on the edge of that. This is the relaxing time. He mentioned it earlier on. They've just got media after media after media. I just want to fight. I just wonder what his downtime's like. You know, once the fight's over. But to talk about that now, you don't want to be in that mindset. It's just getting the job done.
He was asked a couple of questions there. He was asked about what his emotions are right now, heading into Saturday. And he said the same thing twice. No emotion. No emotion.
That's how it has to be. He has to be indifferent, because if you let emotion get the better of you, if you let emotion get the better of you, then what happens is, you know, that's when your mind starts playing tricks on you. That's when you start thinking things that you shouldn't think. You've got a job to do. You've been working on a game plan for the past 12 weeks, and you don't want anything to rock that at all. So you have to put it into a compartment. You know, compartmentalise it. That's what you've got to do.
What did you make of the no emotion? Expected?
Yeah, because you don't want to lose focus. You don't want to get sidetracked. You're almost like a robot a little bit, because you're just programming yourself. You're almost like got a script that you just keep replaying in your head. If you ask this, say this, because, you know, especially AJ, he'll be a little bit scarred from what happened in New York, where he did get a little bit involved with the questions and everything, and he got sidetracked and he's lost his focus. You know, so I'd say he's super sensitive to that happening again. You know, so when it comes down to people are trying to get stuff out of him, he's almost got a script that he just repeats. No emotions.
No emotions. I'm interested in these ring walks on Saturday night, but not as interested as I am in hearing Thomas Treiber, because now it's time for 3 live fights. Let's head over to Thomas Treiber.
And a very warm welcome, everybody, to ringside at Wembley Arena. A frankly extraordinary setting as Jacob Quinn comes strolling nonchalantly across the forecourt of Buckingham Palace, through the gates and down the walkway. It's a good idea to have these fights on an open workout night. There's a good crowd in here, and to treat them to a few rounds is a good thing, Barry, and this is a good showcase too for the fighters on show. Quinn is one of these guys who has had wins in the home corner. The defeats are coming in the away corner, generally speaking, but he likes to come and give it a crack.
Yeah, he does, and this is an opportunity not just for, of course, for Chris Congo, but for him himself to just to show what he can do in a big occasion. It might not be Saturday night in front of 96,000 people. It's a huge event with a lot of eyes on it, and this is your chance to impress. And it's a decent crowd here, Andy, also.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Chris Too Slick Congo.
It's been a frustrating stop-start career for Chris Congo at stages. And we've begun to wonder, I think, whether he was quite going to get there and deliver on the promise that he's always had. In 2 big fights against Michael McKinson and Echo Esserman, he came up short. And then when he found himself in against Florian Marku at the O2 back at the end of March, really it was a must-win, wasn't it? And he produced a career best performance on the night to win what a lot of people saw as a 50-50 fight by a distance.
Oh, he really did. He didn't only just show the boxing skills, he showed that mental fortitude and also physical strength in some of his work as well. To not be allowed Congo to bully him, I thought it was a really stand-up performance in a pivotal time in his career there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to professional boxing action live from the Oval Arena in London, England. We would first like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turkey Al-Sheikh, for putting together this spectacular Riyadh season event and its fight week here in London. Riyadh season has really re-elevated the sport, and it is genuinely being done for the boxing fans. We get things started with 6 rounds scheduled in the welterweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions and Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing. Sponsored by Visit Saudi, Solomon Al Habib Hospital, Saudi Airlines, Red Sea Global, Diriyah, and Middle Beast. In partnership with Gold Star Promotions and Sella in association with Boxer. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge Alan Spelling, timekeeper Nick White. Our referee in charge will be Amy Pooh, and scoring ref is Sean McAvoy. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing white with gold and weighed in officially at 11 stone, 1 pound. Hailing from Huddersfield, West Yorkshire, England, he has a professional record consisting of 8 wins, 4 defeats, and 1 draw. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jacob Quinn. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing black with white and weighed in officially at 11 stone, 3 pounds. Hailing from Bermondsey, London, England, he has a professional record of 15 wins, 2 defeats, with 7 of his 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the current IBO Intercontinental Champion, Chris Too Slick Congo.
Instructions at all times. Watch your head, no low blows. When I say break, step back. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch buffs. Thank you.
So this is our opening fight. Jacob Quinn nearest to us there in the red corner in the white and gold. Chris Congo in the blue corner in the black and white. Second fight for him now with head trainer Barry Smith. It was a very successful debut outing they had together at the O2 on the undercard of Fabio Wardley, Fraser Clark. What a fight that turned out to be. We'll see that again next month. But it was a huge night for Congo, as Barry described. He really had to win that fight to keep his career going at the level that he feels he belongs at. He feels he belongs at a higher level even than the one he's competed at up until this point. But he's had to be patient. There was a long gap between the Esserman fight and the Marku fight, 14, 15 months. And this is a chance just to remind people of what he can do. I'm sure he'll be looking to box again as soon after this as he possibly can.
But again, in this sort of fight, when you're stepping down a level, certainly from your last opponent, not to make any silly mistakes, not just go in there with the arrogance that this is an easy night for you. As you've already said, Andy, Quinn likes to come to fight, likes to throw lots of punches, so you have to still be on board, still be sharp, make sure you do everything correct and make a statement the right way.
He had an away corner win in March, Quinn, in Derby against Donitutu. Then drew over 10 rounds against an 11-0 Callum Blockley. So as we've been saying, he does always come with some ambition. Congo trying to sink in a straight right hand and then look to curl one in around the back of the guard.
It took him sort of a minute and a half, and I think he's got his range here, Congo. Just see, throw a nice right hand, but the left took you through. He slides out with it. Very difficult to do, but really effective. So you get yourself out of distance, but you still land him with a nice clean shot. Good work there from Congo. Good angles with that left uppercut. Again, we talk about, when you're boxing a southpaw, get your foot on the outside. He did it there to throw the right hand, but when he throws the jab, he takes the foot on the inside and punches sort of on an up angle, sort of tries to spear through the guard there of Quinn.
And just dips his knees and looked for the right hand into the body. Quinn managed to strangle it, then tried to throw the uppercut. He's got good variety, Congo. That's something he's always had. People have wondered about the power, but we did see some more of that against Marku. I think it's something that he's been working on with Barry Smith at that Ben Davison Performance Centre. Let's go with the right hand there, but Quinn just slid underneath it.
And when you're a mover, it's not even meant to plant your feet to get a bit of purchase. You're always on the balls of your feet because the movement keeps the fluency, but just knowing when to get that balance right, to holding your feet to get a bit of purchase, but still maintaining that good movement that he has. And I think he sort of found that in the Marku fight, and I think he's found it so far here tonight.
There's lots of fighters thriving that he'll see every day, not just Anthony Joshua, there are plenty of others boxing under that same roof, but success breeds success, as they say.
It certainly does. I say it quite often, a trainer's worth his weight in gold, but ultimately you probably learn more from the fighters around you than you do your trainer, because you see it without even noticing it. All of a sudden you mimic what you see. That's just human nature. So you pick up things almost subconsciously at times when you're around good fighters. And we've seen that many times in over history. Calzaghe gyms, the Ingle gym is the perfect example for that. But obviously they had great trainers as well with it. So you need a good base, and they have that with Ben Davison and Barry Smith and the other guys there like Lee Wiley who were helping out with all the other stuff, and video analysis and stuff I don't understand, Andy. Let's be honest.
Congo just quickly across the ring to Quinn. Latest recruit Joe Cordina, of course, who's had a blow in the last week or so. That fight against Shakur Stevenson won't be happening on the original date, but they'll be hoping to get that one rescheduled. Congo just opens out and looks to slap in that right hand almost.
And he's taking the centre of the ring here, hasn't he, Congo? Looking to be a little bit more forceful, maybe. And sometimes you get that when you're the guy with experience, and you should think, I need to sort of bully the guy here now. Tell him I'm the boss, I'm the level above. Just got to be careful, because Quinn has got a fast little right hook sometimes when he leans back. A lovely right hand there from Congo, right through the centre of the guard there of Quinn.
Then just pulled back out of range, didn't he, in case something was coming back at him. Leans into a left hook, and the problem that Quinn has got is that he's not really sure where the punches are coming from. Again, he just dips his knees, goes wide with the front foot, and then throws in that right, and it's always hitting something, isn't it?
And what it does, it disguises it because they think you're going low, but also it widens your feet, and when it engages those bigger muscles like all the back of your body, and you push off your legs, and it gives you a bit more acceleration in your work. Plenty of feint here as well from Congo, just not allowing Quinn to set himself.
He feinted his way off the ropes there, basically, didn't he? Because Quinn had backed him up and got himself into actually quite a good position, but did manage to get off because he bought the feint.
Caught him in a backhand there, Congo. A bit sneaky. It's a lovely jab though, isn't it? Especially against a southpaw. It's good work. just a little bit sharp, too sharp, isn't he, for Quinn? Not smothering his work either, is he, Congo? Keeping it nice and long, even though he's the one advancing.
It's a decent looking jab there from Quinn. Assuming the rest of this fight goes according to plan for Congo, it will be really interesting to see who they manage to get for him next, because when he boxed McKinson, and you cover that card, it was like the two vice presidents or joint presidents of the Who Needs Him club, wasn't it, going up against each other. And you just wonder whether he maybe is still slightly in that bracket, and that without a title people aren't really going to fancy it.
And more so in this generation than ever, where just being good is not good enough. You have to have a selling point more than ever. So because he's a quiet guy and doesn't really scream for the limelight outside of the ring, then it makes it more difficult to sell him as a product for other fighters. And because he's good and awkward with it, makes him even easier to avoid. So he's one of those fighters, unfortunately, like a lot of fighters before him, just have to keep fighting their way to opportunities, which makes it more sweeter, all the more sweeter when you do get there.
Well, we were talking to one earlier on, weren't we, in Anthony Kakache, because things weren't going his way for a long time. He was chronically inactive, fights kept falling through, then he gets that voluntary against Joe Cordina. He takes the opportunity, and now that he's got a title, although we know that Warrington can't win it on Saturday night, he can still lose it if he doesn't win the fight, then it becomes vacant. Now people have to fight him, and everything's different.
But that takes a mental toughness, because, you know, especially waiting for so long at the age he is, you just to still believe in yourself and still believe in your dream. It's good feet there from Congo, backing up, not too far away that he can't throw back. If Quinn's going to have any success, I know going forward is going to mean he's potentially going to walk on the punches, but still, he's got to throw in combinations on in bunches, because single shots is making him an easy target to counter here for Congo.
That's it.
Left hook nearly got through clean there, didn't it?
The disguise was lovely, wasn't it? The way he dipped to the right, looking like he was going to throw a right hand, rolled, and then came back with it.
It's a solid body shot, just in around the back of the elbow. He might have blocked it slightly there, Quinn, but it had a good, satisfying sound to it as it landed.
Oh, good work, good shot. Just took the sting out of it there, Quinn. There's a lovely little timed right hand there from Congo. Just trying to turn the screw, isn't he, a little bit here?
He's landing that jab every now and again, Quinn, which is just serving to keep Congo off him, but not for too long.
Well, he just needs to believe in himself. When he good shot there from Quinn, but when he lands with the jab, he got to punch off it, believe in himself, and commit. Trying to look for that perfect shot there, isn't he, Congo?
He's been a bit more sparing this round, hasn't he? He hasn't thrown as much, but as you say, he's looked to land solidly whenever he is throwing.
And that might just be where the evolution comes in, where they're just trying to make him a little bit more of a forceful fighter without losing what he does. And that does take time. It's a gradual process. It's a little bit slapping with those body shots, but good work there from Congo in that round.
So at the halfway stage of this one, scheduled for 6 after this, Adam Hamed. And then we'll have Cameron Vuong up against Joe Underwood-Hughes. Midway through the week. Always good to see some boxing, and a good crowd in here too. It's been a good start to the week, hasn't it? We had the kind of sit-down media day on Monday, then the grand arrivals last night at Leicester Square in the cool open air. It was good fun, wasn't it? And then this again tonight. And what's been good too is that there's been a good pace to it all. It's all moved nice and quick. People have come for a chat, but nothing's been too dragged out. That's good for us, and it's good for the fighters as well.
And it's all in the afternoon, evening, so people can come along as well. People who finish work and come and have a look, and it's been fantastic.
Round 4.
So into the fourth, Congo in the black and white, Quinn in the white and gold. Congo 3 rounds up here as we would have expected him to be. Just a question really now of whether he can up the tempo, turn that screw in the second half, and maybe try and force a stoppage here. He's only been stopped once in 4 defeats, Quinn, and he certainly knows what he's about as he slips a jab there just on the borderline of range, and he is always looking to try and get something done. At no stage has he just tucked up and tried to hang in there.
No, he's just boxing at the wrong range for him, right on the end of Congo's shots. But it's Congo's feet. When he does try and advance, Congo takes that he takes a step with the back foot and slides the front foot away, which means he doesn't go too far out of distance, but enough to make you miss. And because he has the reach, he can always fire back with a decent counter.
There was a good left hand into the body from Congo about 20 seconds or so ago. Still campaigning at welterweight. He's managed to hold that weight for a good while now. He is a big welterweight. He's tall. And there does seem to be a more solid look to him these days. Maybe that's just my imagination, but seeing him up close here, he's not quite as spidery as he once was.
He's boxing well. He's taking his time. He's not taking any silly chances, of course. I mean, he could probably turn the screw a little bit more, I think, maybe, but there's a risk attached to that, and he's not that sort of fighter, but he's trying to be more assertive, and that's a good sign. He has an opportunity to let his hands go in combination a little bit more here, Congo. Don't invite Quinn to have some success. Coasting is what I call it. I think coasting is always a dangerous thing for any fighter. Says the man who coasted through his whole career and then got knocked out.
Coasting through a second career these days, some might say. Congo again with the feint, just trying to go up and down with the jab slightly, but Quinn sticking to his task, lands a lead right hook there and then showboat slightly.
Yeah, good shot. Again, see, again that coasting, allowing a guy to get a bit of confidence. And again, that's 2 right hands on the spin there for Quinn.
The punch output from Congo has dropped in the third and the fourth compared to the first 2 where he was busier. Again, good work to the body there from him.
And better movement when he comes back. He takes that step back, but he turns his body just to avoid the punches. Only slightly, but it's enough.
Nice short right, followed by a left, and you can just see the head judder a little bit of Quinn as it landed. Right uppercut there on the inside from Congo, who puts them together nicely at the end of the fourth. But then Quinn finishes with a smart left hand. He's making a decent fist of it here, the fighter in the red corner. He's just a few feet above us, away to our right hand side. We did expect him to do that, but Congo had looked capable maybe in the early stages of really dominating in the second half. He's maybe slightly taken his foot off the gas, but you have to give Quinn some credit that whenever there's been an opening, he's looked to try and take it.
Yeah, he has, and I think Congo, the output was being a little bit less than the last 2 rounds. But that round, he literally stopped throwing punches, and I think that allowed Quinn to get a bit of confidence, land with a couple of good shots, and he grew from that. I do think right at the end of the round there, Congo just make I'll get back into this, and that's a good sign. I'm sure in the corner they'll be saying, listen, don't mess around, get back to business, plenty of shots, think about your work, but keep the pressure on.
Seconds out, round 5.
He's a good amateur, Congo, spent time on the GB setup on the development squad, lost to Josh Kelly in an ABA final. The first big card I saw him on was Dillian White, Lucas Brown, which would have been back in 2018. He was the float fight, something we don't seem to really have anymore. And due to some stoppages, he got a really, really good slot, and it was the perfect opportunity to provide an explosive, eye-catching performance. He was just slightly unfortunate with his opponent because he was in with Sergio Bomo, who at the time was a rock-solid, very capable fighter, and he wasn't the kind of person to go after that explosive stoppage against. That would have been exactly the way in which that could have gone wrong. So he did the right thing, which was box nicely and tidily and safely for 6 rounds and get the win. But of course, in terms of the watching audience, that wasn't really what they wanted to see.
Yeah, but and ultimately you've got to try and be a more fan-friendly style, but don't forget what made you what you are originally. You box to your strengths. You fight or box to your strengths. Now that's better though from Congo. He's been more assertive in this round again.
Solid left hand into the body and then just took the left hook upstairs.
Work it. Work them feet as well, that's it. Work them feet. And the jab.
Just like to see him cut the ring off, not allow Quinn to escape. Make Quinn fire out strong rather than walk away. And then the gaps might appear there for Congo. Got to commit there, Quinn. It's good.
Launched into that left hand, the weight came forward a bit and Congo was looking for the uppercut. It wasn't too far away.
And again, that's beautiful.
Good left hand there though from Quinn. Just catching Congo a little bit square.
Pull it up now, dude. That's it. And again.
Into the final minute of round 5. It's been a decent watch this. There's that jab again from Quinn.
Yeah, and as you alluded to before the fight, he just makes you think all the time, doesn't he? Just doesn't let you get a real foothold on the fight. Just is enough to fire back.
Again, keep working. Again. Keep your jab up.
Muscles in a left hand to the body there, Quinn. He's having a decent round here. I'm not saying he's done enough to win it, but a decent enough round. Good solid right hand there from Congo. And if you're Congo, if you're his training team, this is good. This is what you want, because this is supposed to be a tune-up for something bigger that they hope will be around the corner. And having this kind of fight where somebody is coming at you and basically doing their best to win as many rounds as they can to win the fight is more worthwhile than someone who just tucks up for 6 rounds.
And also, for his profile, it's a more watchable fight, which you want to be a more watchable fighter. That's the whole point of it, isn't it? I thought Quinn was having a good round, but I think that right hand right at the end of the round, there it is there. I think he felt that there, Quinn. I'm not sure Congo realised what there was a bit of damage done there, and he maybe could have and should have just stepped on the gas a little bit. There, now he needs a flurry or look for a big shot again. Either way, he needs to let his hands go. And it's just to get out of that mindset of what you used to be, a safety first, a reactive fighter. You've got to change that mindset. It's a very difficult thing. They'll tell him in the corner, but you see in every round he reverts back to type. But again, like I said, that's a long process to change that in the right way.
So 6th and final round. Touch of gloves between these two. Heavy looking right hand there from Congo, taken on the gloves from Quinn.
Just like they're throwing combinations. You haven't got to all be heavy. You can throw shots just to open them up a little bit, then land with a big shot. And he has the range and the reflexes to do that.
Just trying to get off with a jab every now and again in this round, Quinn. He's yet to really do too much. Could be because he did feel that right towards the end of the round, and maybe he's still feeling it a bit.
Yeah, and also every time he misses, Congo's not hitting him with heavy shots. He's getting tapped. He's getting tagged every time. So you're well aware that if you're going to miss, you're going to be paid for your mistake. That just means he's just got to get lower, slide that front foot a little bit closer, and swoon in. Not romantically, of course.
It's a good combination there from Congo on the counter. Well timed, but just slightly short. Midway through the final round. Good stiff jab again there from Quinn. Just caught Congo on the way in.
And it's because of the inactivity of Congo in this round again. He's a good boxer, he's talented, but you have to, just got to be a little bit busier. I'm not saying, bite down on the gum shield and just go for it, but be more assertive. You have the ability and the range to do that, and you've shown that in the fight already. You're more comfortable, and Quinn's certainly more uncomfortable when you're doing that.
Just sinks into the ropes there, Congo, and throws a left hand which caught Quinn as he was coming forward. But Quinn looking to try and get something done here. Got through with the uppercut there, I think. Lead right hand there, Quinn.
A good bit of work there from Quinn. And again, loading up with that right hand. Left hand, sorry, from the southpaw stance.
Final few seconds. Looking for that counter right hand at the very end there. Congo didn't quite land it, but that was a good fight. Decent 6 rounds between those two. Quinn has put plenty into that. He did have pockets of success. It'll be interesting to see if the referee feels he did enough to win any of those 6 rounds. In the 5th and the 6th, he made the best case for himself, I think.
I thought he maybe won a round or two. And I just think it was a really good start from Congo. It just petered out, didn't it, at the end? And I think that's just maybe not really being comfortable with being a little bit more stronger or trying to be a little bit more offensive first. And I just think he struggled a little bit with that. But it was a good fight to watch, actually, I thought, and a decent performance for Congo, and good to get out. That's the most important. Good to get out, and obviously good to get out. It's ready for the next and hopefully a bigger fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, our scoring referee ringside, Sean McAvoy, has it 59-55 for your winner, Chris Too Slick Congo.
So Chris Congo gets it 59-55, which is 5 rounds to 1.
Well, that is Chris Congo picking up the win here at the workout. We've got fights at workouts, and the lineup tonight just keeps on coming, and the lineup here back in the studio just got a whole lot more delicious. I'm delighted to be in the company of Delicious Ori, David Adelaide, and Matt Macklin joins us back here. Gents, how are we? Great to see all of you. Great to see you again, Matt.
Yeah, man, I mean, what a team we got up here, eh? Even the thought was going to work, but it does.
This is the A-team. Delicious, I want to start with you. I need to see you hitting things in smaller gloves. When is that going to happen?
We'll see. I'm in that transitioning period. I'm collecting as much information as I can. Speaking with David earlier, it's just all about just collecting information and seeing what's out there before I execute or make my move. So that's where I'm at the moment. Still feeling a little bit raw, fresh from the Olympics, and I'm still hurt. So it's going to take a little bit of time.
Well, I want to hear more about that very soon. We're going to head back for this interview just now.
But then, of course, Spencer Brown, so big him up. And yeah, man, we're good.
Now, you train in the gym alongside AJ. What does it mean to you to be involved in this historic fight week?
I mean, it's history. So how can I not say yes to an opportunity like this? I love it, and yeah, man, we're athletes. This is what we do.
And Chris, I mentioned the upcoming big fights. Where do you go next? What welterweights have you got your eye on?
Like I said, I want a big fight next. You know, I wanted one straight away in June, but that didn't happen. We move on. Now I want a European, or maybe an interim, or even a world title shot. I'm here, man. So.
Well done tonight, Chris. Great performance.
Thank you.
Well, that was Chris Congo picking up the win. Let's get back to this chat. By the way, you two, David Adelaide, Delicious Ori, is it you cool? Is it going to kick off? Do I need to step in, or is this all good? This is all love, right?
This is what I was talking about, Delicious. They're always trying to stir things, aren't they? Telling you.
I can't help myself. But look, I'm
troublemaker, Dev.
I'm a little bit.
If the money is right, let's start something. That's it, baby.
Not even had a pro fight yet.
Listen, the money's right. I'll fight Dev.
No. Let's leave that well alone. There is no right money for that. David, give me your Joshua Dubois breakdown. Couple of days away now. What are you thinking?
Good. You know, both fighters look like they're embracing the moment. Both fighters look like they're taking it serious. Apparently, I heard, I don't know if it's true, Dubois was back there and someone saying to him, look, you put on a bit too much weight. But I said, look, you can't say that to a fighter. That's that's fighting, 3 days of it. The man's clearly looked that way on purpose. Everything he's doing has obviously got a plan to it. So if he does look heavy, then I'm assuming it's for his game plan. But AJ looks in good shape like he usually does. Like I said, that fight there is going to be a blockbuster fight, and I think the fans are in for a treat.
What are the Delicious Ori thoughts ahead of this one?
Do you know what? David probably knows more because he's been doing rounds of AJ very, very recently. But you know me, you know where I stand with AJ. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be talking to you. He's inspired me and he's done great things. What do I think about this fight? Again, I've never been in a ring with Dubois. I rate him, I respect him for taking this fight. And I do believe he has a puncher's chance early. I just think AJ has that season and he's just experienced and he wants it. There's something about him. I had a brief chat with him just down by the ring. I could just see it. He was confident, relaxed, chilled, and I think that's what you want from a fighter. So if you want a short answer, I see AJ winning. I see the referee stopping the fight later on though. I don't see it being. I think Dubois will give him a good fight, so you got to give him respect. But I think AJ stops him later on in the rounds.
Is that where you are, Dave?
I think AJ does it early. Okay. I think we're in for like you know what blades are, when they used to just let it rip and they used to just keep banging at each other. I think that's what we're in for the first couple of rounds. I think both fighters are just going to stand in the middle. But I think Dubois will kind of set the tone and set the pace, and I think AJ will just feed off that. And I just see Dubois getting caught with a shot that's maybe a bit too big than he can usually kind of take. But you watch him against Hrgovic ain't faster than Joshua. So and he was landing flush on the button. So if AJ gets him whilst he's not warm, I think it's going to be a short night. But the longer it does go, I think we kind of know already Dubois boxes at a certain pace. So how Dubois starts is usually tends to finish the same way. So I think once the goal is past a certain amount of rounds, it does favour Dubois a little bit. But I just don't see AJ having a problem dealing with him in the beginning.
Well, Matt, Daniel has shown that he can carry the power late. The stoppage over Jarrell Miller came in the 10th and final round. He kept on throwing. He's got that stamina.
Yeah, definitely. He's got the chin, he's got the stamina. I think he'll definitely hang in there. But, you know, AJ's looked really sharp early doors in his last couple of fights. So I think that, you know, Dubois, I think, he's got to start fast, but he can't be reckless. He's got to, you know, get on, be aggressive, wants to initiate the attacks. He's got to be very mindful of what's coming back from AJ.
Well, let's head over to Thomas Triber for the second fight of tonight.
Colombia, Santiago Garces.
Santiago Garces, a 22-year-old Colombian, has boxed all over, mainly in his home country and in the UK. Was undefeated after 7 fights, 4 wins, 3 draws. And it was at that point, really, that he started to hit the road. His last fight was just 12 days ago at York Hall, a defeat over 4 rounds. fighters on this card got told about this at relatively short notice, particularly the opponents such as Gar says. It's just an example of how crazy this business can be, that all of a sudden, midweek, he finds himself in a setting like this.
To the ring from England, the undefeated Prince Adam Ahmed.
From famous boxing stock, of course, his father, Prince Nassim Hamed, is in the front row across the other side of the ring to us. He's 2-0 now, Adam Hamed. It's very much a family affair. We both saw his debut out in Germany on the undercard of Usyk against Dubois. That didn't last too long. It was a little bit of a free hit, I think it's fair to say, but that's acceptable for a pro debut. He's had one since then, and he's also changed his training situation, Barry. He's now with Jamie Moore up in Manchester. And in a situation like this, we've seen it a few times, you can't get too carried away with yourself trying to predict what he may or may not be, nor can he. You just have to see what happens and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, you've got to treat him like any other prospect, of course, and see how good he's going to be, but it's very difficult with that name tag. We've seen that with other fighters, with famous fathers. It's a difficult, lots of pressure on them and all. They can afford the big opportunities, but there's also a pressure that I wouldn't want.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 4 rounds in the super lightweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA. With Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions and Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing. Sponsored by Visit Saudi, Solomon Al Habib Hospital, Saudi Airlines, Red Sea Global, Doria, and Middle Beast in partnership with Gold Star Promotions and Stella. Our timekeeper is Nick White. Our referee is Amy Pooh, and our scoring referee is Sean McAvoy. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing green and white, and weighed in officially at 10 stone 4 pounds. A native of Bajo Baudo, Colombia, he is now fighting out of Southampton, Hampshire, England, and is a veteran of 41 professional bouts. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Santiago Garces. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing black trunks and weighing in officially at 10 stone 6 pounds. Hailing from Surrey, England, he is undefeated with 2 wins. One of his 2 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Prince Adam Ahmed.
Listen to my instructions at all times. Watch your heads, no low blows. When I say break, step back. Protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves.
So a third professional fight for Adam Hamed. There was quite a lengthy gap between the 2 outings, the debut and the second fight. The debut was in August 2023, and then most recently he boxed in July this year at the O2 on the Joyce Chisora undercard. So it's Hamed in the black and Garces in the green and white.
And I think it was good that he had to go the distance in his last fight, so he gets a proper experience of what it's like to manage the rounds, and then everyone's going to fall over in front of you, regardless of their record.
Garces not offering too much so far. Nice jab there from Hamed, got through the guard.
Just like to see him when he throws that jab, just dip the legs and throw that left hand right down the middle. Yeah, right to the stomach. That's a good jab, really long, isn't it? And powerful, that right hand there from Hamed.
Again, just plants it on the forehead there of Garces, who's just operating around that outer clock face at the minute, barely throwing a punch midway through round one.
Again, could he steps in behind that right hand jab there? He got enough time there to dip the legs, like I said, and throw that left hand right down the middle. Or dip the legs and do the old daddy screw shot. And instead his fathers do so well.
Into the final minute of round one. There's a left hand from Hamed. Up until now it's been almost exclusively with the lead right hand that he's worked. No bad thing that, because building your way in punch by punch, establishing the jab, then putting the rear hand onto it, then the hook. Always good to see someone just go through it in that kind of structured way, but there's so little coming back from Garces. He could maybe accelerate the plan a touch, but no particular need. He's got 3 rounds after this.
Yeah, and he has walked a bit closer with that front foot in the last sort of 30-40 seconds here, Hamed. Again, just looking for that perfect shot. I just think if he lets his hands go, that's just the feet getting tangled up there, but Hamed just jumped on him.
And he's just wrapped things up bit by bit in that round as he realised, I think, that there wasn't going to be too much ambition shown here by Garces. As you said, it was a tangle of feet, that stumble when he almost went down there, the Colombian. That wasn't due to a punch, it wouldn't have been called a knockdown. Jack Caffrell in the corner there with Jamie Moore. We'll see him against Regis Prograis late October.
So some of the good work from Hamed, not accurate with everything, but I think if he just lets his hands go, he might miss with 1 or 2, but one of them's going to land, it's going to have some effect. And it's just important to keep that pressure, keep the hands up, be safe when he's walking forward, but just slowly walk this guy down. There was some good work in that round there for Hamed. The jab was a really good weapon for him, and then at the end of the round there was a couple of good solid left hands there also.
Round 2.
Leads off with a hook that time, doesn't quite land it, back on the jab and does immediately pierce the guard.
Yeah, he just telegraphed that right hook, didn't he there, Hamed? So make it a little bit faster. That just takes away the little tell at the beginning of the shot there then. Again, you know, when you're looking for that big shot, just keep busy with the hands.
Maybe just needs to get a little bit closer, just short with that jab 2-3 times. Garces trying to keep that head on the move and then looks for a quite tame looking overhand right. He's come here to get through the rounds, to navigate the distance. That's what he does. And he's pretty adept at it. There isn't much of a threat from him, is there? You don't want to go crazy if you're Hamed, because your technique will come apart. You've got to try and put into practice the things that you've worked on in the gym, but in the second half of the round, like he did in the first, he could step this up now.
Yeah, well, I think he's throwing the jab. He's trying to pull Garces out of his shell, but that's not going to work. I think you've got to really push him back and force him to fight back out of necessity rather than just thinking, I've got a shot to land here. I think he'll fire out of self-preservation. But single jabs, he's not going to fall for that. But he's not getting hurt with them. So if Hammett just pushes behind with that jab or doubles the jab up, he's a little bit more forceful. With in mind of having to step back to counter, I think there'll be gaps will appear there. But he's winning everything. He's dominating it, of course, behind the southpaw jab.
And there's a couple of rounds left after this as well. Final 30 seconds of round 2. His dad at ringside now is just telling him to stay on that jab. It's interesting seeing the whole family around the son when we were out in Poland for that Usyk Dubois card, Barry. We were both working on it, and a bit of a reunion between you and Prince Nassim in the square before the weigh-in. I remember that.
Well, he avoided me for years, and to be honest, the only reason I want to fight Nats was for the money. That's all, to be honest. He was phenomenal. He really was. Right in my era, and it was a joy to watch him in the ring. He was absolutely a special animal when he got at his best, and brought money into the light of weights. Let's not forget that.
He's largely stayed away from the boxing scene. He had that one high-profile, or a couple high-profile appearances as a pundit where he wasn't too complimentary about Chris Eubank Jr., which is a clip that still does the rounds every now and again.
Well, there's history with his dad, Martin. Don't forget that, of course. He had an altercation in the airport, didn't he? A few years, but many moves before that, I should say. But yeah, it's, he can speak his mind. That's for sure.
So into the third, this scheduled for 4. Adam Hamed, 2-0 in the black. Santiago Garces, our roadman from Colombia, in the green and white. And Hamed has boxed tidily so far. It'll be interesting to see if in the second half he looks to just close that gap a little bit more and punch in combination more.
I think you don't want him to take any silly risks. So the idea is tease it. So try it, one combination of accumulation of punches, and see how Garces copes with that. And if he doesn't fire back with that, then just go again and see how he reacts. If he fires back with a busting combination himself, you either bet on yourself to stay in there, or you play it safe and don't take any chances. But at least you'll know he's in a position here. Hamed, it's all on him to do the work here.
He did fire back there, Garces, and as he did, he got caught by a left-hand counter from Hamed, which was nicely timed, and I think Hamed would welcome it if Garces were to engage a bit more, but as you say, I just don't think he's going to, so he's going to have to prise him open rather than wait for openings to present themselves.
And unless you've got crushing power that can punch through the guard, then, like I've said it again, but it's accumulation of punches that does that for you, opens up the guard. Be careful there, switching the feet there, too close to the target there, Hamed. He can't win, can he? Got to do more work, and then you've got to be careful when he's doing it.
This is what the early stages of a career are like for most people. Most people get to do this away from the bright lights and the attention and the scrutiny that he's got. So the tendency to overanalyze everything that he does is always going to be there. But these are the learning fights that he needs.
Yeah, especially with a man with no amateur background. You understand when they've got a prospect in the Olympics, you can say he should be doing this because we've seen him do this at the highest level as an amateur. But someone like Hamed, just because his dad was a phenomenal athlete, doesn't automatically mean he's going to be that as well. But he shapes up well. The fundamentals are good, and I think he's got decent power as well. This is not the best job to learn on the job, though. I would say that.
No, I agree with that, because Garces isn't really asking any questions of him, but he's got a good solid jab, good shape to it when he throws it, no particularly great tell about it. And that's always something to build on, the most important building block, as any trainer will tell you. 1 to go here, they're scheduled for 4.
And let's not forget that, you know, that people think his dad will be watching this thinking, why have you knocked him out? But his dad's been boxing all his life. I've seen his dad in like 1988 in the schoolboy finals in Derby, you know, so he boxed and he knows about boxing, so he understands that, as long as you win in the rounds, that's all that matters. As long as you win in the rounds, you win in the fight. Knocking people out is great. I know he did it for a living and he did it for fun, but I mean, he'll understand the importance of knowing how to box and knowing doing the fundamentals right. So I think he'll be encouraged that his son is disciplined and winning everything behind the jab.
What's really interesting about this kind of situation, and we've seen it recently with, let's say, Eubank, Ben, Hatton, and now Hamed, 4 mega names in British boxing. The dads just don't understand why the sons want to do it, because they did that well that they don't have to. And I think it takes them a good while to get their head around the idea that this is something they really want to do, and they're probably just going to have to let them, otherwise they'll always wonder what if.
Yeah, it baffles me why they would want to. I mean, I love the sport, but it baffles me why they would want to do it, because there's no need. You know, you got a bunch of rich kids. Though their parents are rich, that don't mean they're rich. But you know, from a privileged background, let's say that, not needing to do it. But they show a toughness as well. Let's be fair, that they want to fight and they want to carve their own path.
Nice sharp start to the round there from Hamed. Landed the left hand off the back of the right.
I like the movement of him doing that when he does that, because I think he's still the way that back foot's set a little bit to the side means he can push off it for a bit of power. So he might be the sort of fighter Hamed where you need to walk onto his shots rather than him push you back. But he doesn't know that, because he has no background to think about. He has to find out what he is.
Lead left hand there from Hamed was decent, got through the guard, landed on Garces.
So 1-2 there from Garces. Nothing on it, but 2 landing shots. It's good though for Hamed, good reflexes with that hook.
Garces just looking to come forward a little bit more here as we enter the last 90 seconds, and this is often what away corner fighters do. They'll save it for the end, confident that they're now going to find that finish tape. This is where they'll look to give it a bit of a crack. Good left hand there from Hamed.
I think it helps Hamed actually. That's a beautiful jab, really good work.
He's just backing up slightly, just on the move almost, and timed it really, really well.
He needs to be on the balls of his feet, Hamed. I mean, he needs movement to get the rhythm for his work. I hope he understands that now after watching this last round. I think he's boxed really well here. He's flowing now, isn't he?
Left-handed to the body there from Garces was a pretty good shot into the last 30 seconds. Hamed aims an expansive uppercut, wasn't too far away with it. There's a good, real stiff jab there. He stepped into that one as the clock ticks down, and I think the training team and he himself should be well pleased with this actually, because if we were watching this at York Hall, a 2-0 fighter deep on an undercard, learning his trade, no real amateur background, what we say about that, I think, is that there's some good fundamentals there and something to really build on.
Yeah, and that last little punch there, that uppercut come screw shot that rocked the head back there to Garces was a fantastic shot to finish the fight. I thought that was his best round actually, Hamed, and I think even though he looked like he was under pressure, I think he's a reactive fighter actually. I don't think he is a come forward fighter. I think he needs to box that way and hone that. I think he generated more power from the move around the target and taking a step back, and I think the gaps appeared when the guy was coming at him. That was really some really good work. There was some rounds there, but you know, it was a little bit. He didn't really know how to change the pace and how to really turn the screw and maybe a little bit lost at times, but still winning the fight. But a good start and a good finish to the fight for Hamid, and I think it's all in all, that's a good performance and plenty to work with and plenty to work to.
Well, these two will join Thomas Triper in the centre of the ring. He's ready now pretty much with the final announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of boxing, our scoring referee ringside, Sean McAvoy, has it 40-36 for your winner. And still undefeated, Prince Adam Hamed!
So 3-0 now for Adam Hamed, onwards and upwards.
Well, Prince Adam Hamed gets the win, moves to 3-0. Plenty of skills on display and plenty of skills up here joining me in the studio. Denzel Bentley, Jamie TKV, and of course the returning Matt Macklin. How are we, fellas?
All good, man. Thank you, man. How you been? All good.
Very, very good. Jamie, I want to bring you in first.
Okay.
You've got insight. You've been in that AJ camp.
Yeah.
What's the vibe in there?
To be honest, AJ is happy, and a happy fighter, as you know, is a very dangerous fighter. So I know he's going to come correct on fight night, and you're going to see something special.
Have you been able to do any rounds with him? Has he moved about with you at all?
Funny enough, no. Like this camp, they were looking for a specific style, like specific tendencies, and they found it with other sparring partners, and they kept them throughout. So, but I was able to see a few of the spars, and yeah, he looked sharp. He looked very good.
He looks sharp. I wonder if he looks too sharp, like Denzel Bentley. Denzel, I mean, look, I'm going to have a chat with you very shortly. We're going to head over now to Ali Drew, who has Prince Adam Hamed with her. Let's hear from the Prince.
Run, Forrest, run.
Adam, you moved to 3-0 as a pro. You're learning on the job. How did that one feel compared to your previous 2 outings?
It felt good. I got the call when I was in Morocco like 6 days ago. Sam said, do you want to fight? It's an amazing opportunity. I'd like to thank everyone that's put this show on. His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn. I'm blessed to be in this position, and I just want to keep showing up for the people.
What kind of opportunity is this to fight on an event week like this?
Alhamdulillah, it's the biggest platform you can ever box on, and it's my 3rd fight ever, and I just feel like no one else is doing it like this. I'm blessed to be such part of a historic event at such a historic time. Thank you to everyone. Alhamdulillah for everything. Allahu Akbar.
And we do have to mention your dad was sat ringside watching you. How good does it make you feel knowing he is there supporting you?
Yeah, it feels unbelievable. Big up my pops, legend in the game. Inshallah, can be half as good as he is one day.
What is next for you? When are we going to see you out again?
That's up to Sam Jones and Frank Warren and Jamie Moore. I just fight whoever's put in front of me, and whenever it is, I'm ready.
Well done tonight, great performance.
I appreciate you, Ali. Thank you.
Do you know what? Adam Hamed is such a nice young man. I love his energy, I love his vibe. I've been able to do a couple of sit-downs with him as well. Just a truly nice guy. And that was a good performance in there, Denzel.
Yeah, no, it was a good performance, man. He looked nice and slick, letting his hands go. I've seen that away fighter box before, and he is quite tough, but he handled him well. And like I said, he seems like a nice guy, down to earth. Do you know what I mean? He's not too full of himself, even though he is the son of a legend. And he's ready to just get down and grind.
Well, that legend was just on the screen there, Matt. We've just seen Naz there with Frank Warren. Give me some Naz memories. What a fighter!
Wow, there was so many. That was like the year when I was probably like 14, 15. You're staying up watching it. I remember coming back in a taxi to watch the Kevin Kelly fight in New York, and we were trying to get back. and there was some roadworks or something. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and so we weren't going to make the final. It's on the radio, and we're all going on the radio and going, "Oh, Nazi's down," and we're like, "Wow, wow, wow!" You know what I mean? We couldn't believe it because we thought, "Nah, he's going to do it definitely." And then anyway, he got up and won by knockout a couple of rounds later. But yeah, I think that was. But there was so many, weren't there? But that was the one that stands out.
And he won by knockout by that on that night, and this is a man who also wins by knockout. Denzel Bentley here. Great to have you. I guess you'll have an eye on the Chief Support bout on Saturday night. Hamza Shiraz takes on Tyler Denny, European Middleweight Championship. Thoughts, Denzel?
Yeah, good fight, man. Like I've said to everyone that's asked me, Tyler Denny's done very well to get to this stage, but I think Hamza's a much more, clinical fighter. I think he's a better fighter. I think he's very disciplined in and out of the ring. So I'm expecting a Hamza Shiraz win, and it's a fight I'm looking at, but I'm also watching it just as a fan. And if potential talks come up that I can fight the winner, then I'll be happy.
You want the winner?
Oh, 100%.
Who would you prefer the winner to be?
It doesn't really matter. The better fighter, which I think is Hamza. So yeah, I'd say Hamza, but it doesn't really matter. Whoever wins, I'd want the winner.
I like that energy. You like that energy, Jamie?
Of course, I love that. If anyone put in front of him, he's going to fight, man. Listen, I know Denzel's always on smoke. Always on smoke from time he had no hair. Now he's got the dreads, but yeah, listen. 0.5 haircut. 0.5, but yeah, man. That's what I rate about Denzel. He's a big power puncher, and he's proven it time and time again.
Well, there's a big powerful voice now on the mic. Here is Thomas Treiber introducing the final fight.
Welcome the participants. First, here is Joe Underwood Hughes.
Joe Hughes joins us from Nottingham, 8 wins and 3 defeats in his career so far. Started at super featherweight, has moved up to lightweight, got to 7-0, then went into Ultimate Boxer. Ran into Ryland Charlton in the quarterfinals, which wasn't a great draw, lost that fight over 3 rounds. And has had a little bit of a mixed time of it since. Was supposed to have a Midlands area title fight a couple of years ago, which fell out very close to the actual event, which was bad luck for him. So this is exactly the kind of stage he's been after, just to remind everybody of what he can do.
And now let's welcome to the ring the undefeated Cameron the One Vaughn.
And that last bout you saw flash up on the screen there for Cameron Vaughn was a good performance and a good step up, a 10-rounder against Jeff Ofori, who is a fighter of a proven standard around about area title, fringe English title level, you would say. And he's made good progress, hasn't he, Barry? You've seen him more than me from ringside. He was a good amateur, a senior elite champion, a 3 Nations champion boxing out of Berkeley. Turned pro after just that 1 season, I think, or maybe 2 as a senior, and he's looked impressive.
No, he really has. You're full of confidence, as you obviously can tell here. The eyes don't lie, and he's a talent too. He has good movement. He comes from different angles, and I think a bit of strength as well. Just needs to know when to settle down a little bit. But going to 10 rounds with Ofori in only a 5th fight makes it a little bit of a statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 8 rounds in the lightweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GEA. With Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions and Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing. Sponsored by Visit Saudi, Solomon Al Habib Hospital, Saudi Airlines, Red Sea Global, Diriyah, and Middle Beast. In partnership with Gold Star Promotions and Zella. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge, Alan Spelling, timekeeper, Nick White, our referee in charge, and scoring this contest will be Sean McAvoy. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing green with gold and red and weighed in officially at 9 stone, 11 pounds. hailing from Beeston, Nottinghamshire, England. He has a professional record of 8 wins, 3 defeats, with 1 win coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Joe Underwood Hughes. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing silver with yellow and purple, and weighed in officially at 9 stone, 13 pounds. Hailing from Blyth, England, he is undefeated with 5 wins, 3 of his 5 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Cameron, the One
Okay, lads, 8 round contest. Keep it clean all the time. Keep yourselves tight all the time. Touch gloves. Here we go. Good luck, lads.
So that's Cameron Vong you're looking at there. They're scheduled for 8 rounds or fewer in the lightweight division. Boxing out of the red corner, in the red, green and gold, Joe Hughes. And Vong straight away into that wide split stance, hands low.
You watch Vong, all of a sudden he'll be messing around and he just explodes into a punch or a combination. Real fast twitch fibres.
And the way he plants those feet wide just gives him that really solid base to punch off as well.
And also just makes that front foot just put you under pressure all the time.
Led off with the uppercut there, Vong. It just about got there. It was accurate, but I don't think there was too much on it by the time it landed on Hughes.
Trying to get his jab going here, Hughes, to his credit. Just got to be careful he doesn't lean over the front foot too much and allow an opportunity for Vong to land with that uppercut.
Good double jab there from Vong. The second one got through, and again there he almost fainted with the first one. A kind of stutter jab, he followed through so quickly with the second.
And all these little jittery movements that he does just means that if Hughes wants to throw a punch, he's just not really confident that then his hands go. And you see the good movement there of Vong. Again, look how he keeps that front foot in the center of the stance. He leans right back, like you said, Andy. Real wide stance.
As you said, it just makes his opponent feel like he's on top of him because that front foot's so close to him, and makes him feel like he's in range, when actually he's probably not, because he throws Hughes and he pulls his weight all the way onto the back foot, and all of a sudden he's a long way away.
And what that does, it makes you throw the necessity rather than when you want to, and that just totally throws your rhythm out of sync. Can't get the speed or the accuracy with the shots then. It makes you a more readable fighter and easier to hit.
Flurry from Hughes about 20 seconds ago, but Vong just looking to step in and put some heat on that right hand. And there's another good snappy jab. He just plants it up from the waist.
Vong trying to encourage that chin there, isn't he? Trying to offer it to Hughes there.
That was absolutely tremendous. It's exactly what you just said. He leaned in, gave him a target, he went for it, Hughes, and then he just rocked back and shoveled that uppercut up the middle. That was high quality stuff. Mark Chamberlain on the left-hand side there, who'll be in action on Saturday night up against Josh Padley, one of a trio of Joshes on the card, and Jordan Flynn sitting to his left-hand side.
Well, of course, him and Vong were meant to fight, weren't they, on their last on the last bill that they had, and it didn't come off. So hopefully that's going to be rearranged. And it might be in October, possibly, on the Pro Grade Capital in the card.
10 seconds. Seconds out, round 2.
So into the second. Tripling up on the jab there, Vong. There were kind of 3 single jabs thrown in rapid succession rather than a triple, if that makes any sense at all. But you know what I mean, the way that he stepped in behind it, it was so quick.
See, for Hughes here, and it's a big ask, but you've got to throw in combinations against a guy who has much better reflexes, better timing than you, so it's flurrying in punches. But you have to quicken your feet, and I'm not quite sure he has that in his locker. Just you see there, single shots there, just leave you exposed, easy to read. That's better there from Hughes.
He's not being distracted, Hughes, by what's going on in front of him, because that is part of the battle against someone like Vuong. There's a lot of extravagant movement, seemingly. There's an awful lot going on in your eye line, or just out of your eye line often, but he's staying locked onto the target here. Attacks the body, good uppercut.
A lovely shot, and again, he just willing to let his hands go. His feet are in the right position. That's good movement there, though, from Vong, but Vong's got to respond a little bit there, for my feeling. Trying to put Hughes back in his place if he can. That was a real good little pocket of work there from young Hughes. It's a great shot. And the movement after that right hand, Andy, was absolutely fantastic.
The right hand was half blocked, wasn't it? And then he just span off to his right hand, found the angle for the body shot.
Look at the acceleration, the pace there. He throws the jab, and like you said, it's a single shot, but it's a second, and then it's woof, straight away with the right hand. Just make sure he sees the target clean before he lets the hand go.
He has to be careful in those kinds of situations, Hughes, because he wasn't really committing to what he was throwing there, and Vong was on the ropes trying to tempt him in.
Well, you know he's setting you up, but you either really commit and just throw lots of shots, or you do nothing at all. And what he did was half commit to a shot and got caught on a tempo with the left hook. See, I think if you're a conventional boxer, if you box a conventional way, Hughes gives you a hard night, I think. But just the unorthodox movements here of Vong. Good footwork, fast combinations, really fast reflexes, causing Hughes plenty of trouble. Again, Hughes trying to have a go. It's a lovely uppercut. That's a really good pocket of work there from Hughes. Vong sitting on the ropes. Again, we talked about coasting in the last fight. Just relaxing a little bit and got caught with a nice shot. But the response was pretty good. A good spin off the ropes. And then later on in the round came back with a lovely little left hook.
Jamie Moore in the corner. Been a busy night for him. He'll be in the corner with Jack Catterall against Regis Prograis at the end of October. Looking forward to that. It's rescheduled, of course, but ever since it was very first made, it's one of those fights that jumps at you as very likely being a great fight.
Yeah, and also because at the stage of their career, they both need the win. Jack to get to that, obviously that holy grail of a world title shot, and obviously for Prograis, it might be his last shot at that top tier. Into the third round here.
Good uppercut there from Vong.
Just skimmed the target, didn't it? A lovely little move. Just trying to turn the screw here, Vong.
He's come out very quick at the start of the round, hasn't he? So marking up underneath the left eye there of Hughes. That must have happened right at the start of the round or late in the previous one. I don't know whether it's a cut or a little bit of a swelling or a combination of the two, and just puts his hands behind his back and then flings his right hand up there, Vong.
Hasn't deterred Hughes, though, is it? He's still trying to come forward here. Still trying to make a fight of it. But just a little bit route one and a little bit too easy for Vong to read.
That's good from Hughes, though. Steps in, goes to the body.
I don't like him on the ropes, though. He can do all that movement in the middle of the ring. So why do it on the ropes? So it gives the fight an opportunity to rush you. That's a good shot.
Got really good purchase on that body shot, Vong. Just dipped off, rotated off to his left-hand side and whipped it in, then leads off with the hook. And he's definitely tried to put his foot on the accelerator in this round, and he sustained it too, because we're 2 minutes into it almost.
That's a good shot, a lovely right hand.
And he felt that. Hughes felt that. You could see him just give a little bit of ground. He's trying to punch his way out of the corner. It does well there, actually, Hughes, because the way he backed up there, he definitely felt the weight of that right hand.
Vong just got too close, got a bit too excited, got a little bit too close, and just allowed Hughes to not hold, but to just fire back. Sometimes you've got to move behind the punches, sometimes you've got to get your feet close to throw them.
Left hook to the head and then goes down to the body. He's injected some pace in this round, and this has been difficult for Hughes, sustaining that damage at the start of the round, and he's having to work hard here.
It's been a hard round for Hughes, though. To be fair to his credit, he hasn't stopped coming forward and trying to make an impression, but all the good work here from Vong.
And you could just see the damage on the left eye there. There's some swelling around the eye and some blood as well.
But look at the concentration on Vong's face. Looking for the next big target to hit clean. That's a lovely straight right hand. Just a feint with the left hook, wasn't it? He just touched him with the hook. And then there's a gap from the middle and he exploited it.
And that was the punch that just caused him to back up, to back off and try and get a few seconds respite. So just a nick underneath the left eye there, and then the swelling around the eye. Nassim Hamed down at ringside. Hung them up such a long time ago. It's amazing, really. I went to his final ever professional fight, and at that point people probably thought that wouldn't be it, but he decided to call it a day, and you can't really argue with the decision.
2001 maybe? Carvel? A little bit later.
2001 I think, probably.
Yeah,
maybe 2000.
Yeah. Once I retired, he thought there's no big fights left.
But you look at that kind of decision now, and I always find the chat that he didn't fulfil his potential slightly hilarious, given everything that he did do. Everybody could always have done better, can't they?
He just did it all young,
whoever you look at. But he called it a day on his own terms when he wanted to, having made an awful lot of money and without having taken too much damage. So all around,
that's the perfect career.
Exactly.
In many ways. And people say, oh, he lost to Pereira. Pereira's an all-time great. And it wasn't a one-sided fight that people think they remember. It was a close fight that had the rightful winner in Pereira.
Vong just pouncing with the left hand there at the start of the round. And again, just whipping in that lead left hook. Hughes managed to pull just back out of range of it.
can't punch with him, Hughes.
Good variety there from Vaughn. Absolutely the hand speed, wasn't it? Because he doubled up on the jab, then just dipped his knees, went to the body, went straight back up again, and there wasn't really anything that Hughes could do about it. He's just trying to keep tight, he's sticking to his task.
Hughes had a really good go. I mean, pleasantly surprised by him. If he can just bend his legs, good shot there from Vaughn. Right hand, long left hand as well to follow. And Hughes, what he's done all night, fighting back. If he can just bend his legs a bit, Hughes, I think he'll have more success trying to get underneath the punches.
Vaughn just chopping down with the right hand, some blood coming from the nose now of Hughes.
Stay on him, no! Stay on him!
Right hand getting through, left as well, and he's beginning to work Hughes over a bit here, but Hughes again does well there, trying to come off the ropes, but again is knocked back. 3 right hands in a row, a minute remaining in round 4, and the temperature is rising all the time in there for Joe Hughes.
Oh, look at this from Hughes. How tough is Hughes here fighting back? Took some really heavy right hands in that little exchange.
I'm tight, Joe. I'm tight.
You can't fight with that hand, that left hand down here, Hughes. Good shot though.
It was a good shot, just caught Vaughn as he turned around that front foot. And lead left hook there from Hughes, and he wipes some blood away. There's blood coming from the left eye, there's blood coming from the nose. He's gradually getting busted up here by those kinds of punches, because that 1-2 again, great distance and biting point on it. And as well as he's doing, Hughes here, and as well as he's sticking to the task and not getting distracted and trying to get his own work done, we can see his face just a few feet away from us, and there's the evidence that Vaughn is getting through.
He's trying to have a really good go, Hughes, but whenever you paint it, he's getting beat up, isn't he, unfortunately? Because it's just a superior hand speed, the weight of the shot. He takes a great shot, man, Hughes, because some of those right hands, they weren't knockout punches, but they were the punches that make you feel, maybe I could do this another day, not today. You know, they punch the fight out of you at times, and you see it. But some of those punches that Vaughn landed with were really crisp, hard shots, especially with that right hand. You see that? I think it's like 3 on a trot. There they go. But then after that, he fired back with his own combinations there, Hughes.
Well, they've got the end swell out. The swelling around the left eye hasn't really got any worse. There was always the danger that that would close, and it doesn't look like it's going to. Into the second half of the fight, the question is, can Vaughn just keep that foot on the accelerator, keep the pressure, the intensity where it's been, maybe even raise it a touch and get a stoppage in the second half?
Again, he isn't going to rush anything here, Vaughn, but he also can't wait too long for the next assault, otherwise Hughes will get a little bit comfortable, a bit more wind in his sails, and start feeling a little bit more confident again.
That was good from Hughes, as Vaughn just tried to step off the ropes to his left hand side, stepped in and landed a combination. There's that long right hand.
Good shot.
Both throwing left hooks simultaneously there, but it was Vaughn who landed. Then he looks for a couple of uppercuts.
It's weird, he got the heavy shots, but they're sort of pretty punches as well, aren't they? The way he sets them up, the way he turns his body into them.
Uppercut counter there from Vaughn wasn't a million miles away, and Hughes continues to try and land. He has come to this fight with ambition, and he continues to operate in that way. He led off with a left hook there, which missed by a distance. And Vaughn there just trying to sucker him in midway through round 5. There's that long right hand. It's one of those shots, I think, that travels further than your opponent thinks it's going to, and he never really adjusts to it, because again there he got hit with it, and it was almost like he was surprised. He pulled his feet out and probably thought he was okay, but it still got through.
Even that, he takes a step forward and he knows Vong can step back and make him miss and make him pay with a solid shot. And if he backs up, Vong, as you said, can land with out the distance almost. Still find the range.
Strong left hand there from Vong. That knocked him onto his heels there, Hughes. He's trying to tuck up on the ropes here. Vong goes down to the body and is looking to really put it on him now.
Doesn't need to get too close here, Vong now. He needs to push back with the forehand, create some space and rally a combination in. A really good performance, isn't it, so far here from Vong. 22 years of age, Andy.
Exactly that. I was just going to say exactly that. The maturity and the ability to really pace this has been impressive. I've not seen him from ringside before. This was a fight that he was expected to win, obviously, but he's gone about it in such a methodical fashion, hasn't he? With a lot of variety, but he's just slowly just busting his opponent up, basically.
And I think he got the right mix between showing off and actual proper stuff as well. You know what I mean? Like proper quality work. He gets the blend just right. And these last few rounds, he's been all business, and it's been really hard for Hughes. Only the toughness, really, for me, keeping him in the fight. His willingness to fire back under pressure, but these last 2 rounds have been incredibly difficult to watch.
I always find it really interesting watching people like Vong because there is quite a lot going on. It's quite extravagant, it's quite expansive, but pretty much all of the time, if you freeze-framed it at the point at which he's letting the punch go, everything would be where it needed to be. A split second before that, everything might be all over the place, but then when he's actually throwing, he's where he needs to be.
And it's very hard to teach that, so you almost can't teach it. You have to know where you are.
And again, he started quick at the beginning of the round here. Hughes dips his head, tries to get onto the shoulder. Vong happy just to tuck up on the ropes there and see if he can explode out of that shell.
A lovely uppercut there from Vong. He just dips his legs, doesn't he, before he lets the hand go. They've told him in the corner, constant pressure, and this will be the round.
There's that uppercut again. He's not looked really hurt at any point, Hughes. He's backed up a couple of times and looked to take a few seconds, but sustained attacks here, and it wouldn't be that surprising if the referee jumped in. Hughes would protest, but that's one way he could get the stoppage, because you look at him and he's taking some hammer here.
Yeah, but I think it still needs to be a sustained attack, doesn't it, rather than just as doing that. He's pot shotting beautifully, but I'm not sure whether that's going to warrant the referee to step in. But if there's a bluster of quality shots, the referee, I think, would jump in straight away.
Exactly that. A good volley of unanswered punches, and I think that's what would prompt the ref. But that was a good right hand there from Hughes. As we've been saying, it's not like he hasn't had success. He has had success.
I'm willing to follow it up with there as well, Hughes.
Good right hand there from Hughes into the final minute of round 6.
Vong just needs to take a breather here, and that's why Hughes has seen that and just stepped forward a bit here and taking the initiative.
Vong just steps in and leads off with a lovely tight left hook, and that's exactly what he can do. He had been stepping off to just fill his lungs, as Barry was saying. You are absolutely right. Then all of a sudden, quick as a flash, he closes the gap, got really tight to throw that left hook and landed it.
But you know, that's demoralising. You're starting to have a bit of success at last, and then someone does that to you. That's mentally so draining. Oh, good left hook there from Hughes.
Right hand counter there from Vong was perilously close. But the end of another good round, another round in which Hughes absolutely played his part. It's been a competitive fight, this, all the way through. Vong has won every round, and he's landed some very, very high quality work.
Oh, look at that, that's lovely. That he's out of range again, you know, he just dips his legs, not much of a tell on the shot. There he goes, a little tiny little shimmer of the shoulders there, just get the angle and a bit of a leverage on the shot, but just fantastic. Look at that, really good work. And then they've followed up with some fantastic uppercuts as well in that round. Accuracy, weight in the shot. They're not knockout punches, but they're all those punches that, you know, they're sickening punches because they really take it out of you. But this kid here, they're tough as he come. And I said, if you're a conventional fighter, you know, someone who punches down the line, does the fundamentals well, and that's it, he gives you nightmares because he's just relentlessly going to be on you.
Well, I mentioned that he was supposed to box for that Midlands area title, and you can see that he's a very capable fighter, and taking this fight on this stage in front of this kind of audience, he wanted the opportunity to show people what he can do, and unless he can uncork a knockout from somewhere here, Hughes, he's going to lose this fight, but he will have shown people what he can do.
But again, though, Vong, you know, we talk about prospects, you know, being fed a load of journeymen and the professional losers, you know, and that's part of the game, of course. But this kid here, he's had a couple of those, but a 40, Hughes here with a winning record, who's come to have a go, to be fair, just hasn't been able to get into the fight for most part of it. You know, shows real ambition for a young man. We talked about Naz, you know, didn't waste the round. He got straight to the top as quick as he could, and I'm not saying that Vong's the next Naz, but showing that the same sort of aspirations want to get to the top as quick as he can.
Well, he kicked off with 6 rounders, didn't he? His first fight only went 4, but it was scheduled for 6, and then stepped up to 8, then 10 against the 4, 8 again tonight. It's good stuff, and a good rate of activity as well. His debut came just under a year ago, so he'll have had 6 fights in his first year, which is what you want.
Good job there from Vong.
Give him a bit then. Close it up with that.
Oh, it's a shoelace, is it, I think, for Vong that needs to be retied, which will give both of them just a little bit of a breather with 69 seconds remaining in round 7. And for Hughes now, he really can see that finishing tape. As I say that, Vong just steps into a lead left uppercut.
Keep working on it,
Oh, look at this from Hughes, lovely response.
To southpaw there, Hughes, I think out of necessity more than anything else, but landed a couple of good clean punches.
That's a really good effort there from you, and again, lovely left hook.
That was a cracking shot on the inside as Vong was just trying to step to him, and he's making things a little bit uncomfortable for Vong for the first time, really, for a sustained period at least anyway, at the end of this 7th round.
To be fair to Vong, he's looking to fire back himself, he's not looking to get a rest here. And Hughes with maybe a little bit of a bit between his teeth.
Pulled back and aimed an almighty uppercut there, Vong, but didn't manage to land it.
Keep working now. Keep working.
A real gutsy effort here from Hughes.
It really is, because we'll have to wait and see what happens in the final round, but at halfway, the way things were going, that eye had started to swell, there was the cut, a bit of blood was coming from the end of the nose, and it just looked to me like in the second half, if he could just maintain that tempo, then he would probably overwhelm Hughes. Hughes would probably break, to be honest with you, and he hasn't, has he? And that's to his credit.
That's something you can do all the right things that Vong has done, but you know, you can't factor in how tough some men are, and Hughes is extremely tough, but also ambitious. He's trying to fire back. He's up against a guy who's naturally more gifted than him, technically better, and of course he's winning the fight. But he's always trying to win the round, always. It's just not, unfortunately, he's just that's not happening for him. There's pockets of success, and certainly in the last few rounds there's been pockets of success when we thought, as you already said, Andy, that he might have folded.
Roll of tape has just spilled out of the red corner onto the canvas. I'll need to retrieve that. Skillfully done. Away to our right-hand side. Into the 8th and final round. Cameron Vong in the shimmering silver. Joe Hughes in the red, green and gold. And these two going at it straight away at the start of the 8th round. Vong will want to finish strong, but Hughes absolutely wants to do the same thing.
The thing is, Vong doesn't need to finish strong. Hughes does. But you sort of love it when a guy doesn't need to do this to win the fight, but still wants to. Good shot. They've bounced off Hughes, haven't they?
That one particularly just dipped his knees there, Vong, shoveled it over the top, and it did just came back off his forehead almost as quickly as it arrived. Hughes getting nice and tight there and landing a left hook.
I'll get shot there from Hughes.
A right hand that time, and he's just inching forward with his own front foot here, trying to put the pressure on Vong.
It's a really good fight to watch, hasn't it?
It has. The best one of the three that we've had on this mini card, and they've all been a decent watch, but this one particularly, Hughes is shaking his head. He's looking to try and track Vong down a little bit here. He then just sets his feet and snaps out a rapid 1-2.
Some of the quality in the work of Vong is just fantastic. What an uppercut. What an uppercut. Hughes gives him a smile.
And then that nice tight left hook again there from Vong. Just over a minute remaining, a solid right hand, and I think Vong is getting the feeling now that this guy in front of him is not going to go anywhere. He can hit him with the kitchen sink, he can hit him with absolutely everything. I don't think there's going to be any shifting him.
It's been a quality watch, it really has. We've seen the full array of skills here from Vong, and I think a lesser man would have folded. Hughes has been fantastic, hasn't he?
He really has been. He really has been. In a losing cause, but as we were saying earlier on, he wanted this fight because he felt that he could show everybody the level that he's at, the dedication that he's got and what he brings, and he's done that. And there will be opportunities, I hope, for him off the back of this.
Good shot, that's hurt him.
It's like a rattlesnake, that counter right hand. He just pulls back and throws it with such venom. And he's really working Hughes over on the ropes here, Vong, and there goes the bell. And the embrace between the two. A good finish there from Cameron Vong, who was just getting Joe Hughes going, but Hughes, here's that final bell, which is good to see because he put an awful lot into that. It was a really good watch right from the very start. The man we're looking at here, he was on top throughout the entirety of the fight, but look at Hughes there, just roaring as he leans on the top of the ropes.
That roar sums him up.
It absolutely does. You look at the damage to the face, but the spirit there remained unbowed all the way through.
Do you know what? If that would have been a minute earlier, we could say this for everything, of course, but I think that right hand really hurt him, and he stumbled back just a little bit, and I think Vong might have got the stoppage, but I'm glad the bell went, because Hughes deserved to finish that fight because he was so tough, always tried to win. But I think Cameron Vong, he's got a great future ahead of him, I think. For such a young man, taking fights like this already, 10 rounders, 8 rounders, 22 years of age, there's no rush for him. But he wants to get there as quick as he can, and I think, there's a big, if managed right, I think there's a big future.
Well, speaking of that, I think in terms of a first year as a pro, it'll be 6-0 with 3 stoppages. Fighters with winning records in his previous 2 fights. They've done a total of 38 rounds. I think it's gone pretty well, hasn't it, when you think about the experience of these guys and the performances he's put in?
Yeah, it's given that maturity in his and we saw it. I think we saw it tonight. cautious in his display, and then when he's seen the gaps, he really went for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds of boxing, our referee in charge, Sean McAvoy, scores it 79-73 for your winner. And still undefeated, Cameron the One Vaughn.
So Cameron Vaughn gets it 7-1 on Sean McAvoy's scorecard. So he found a round in there for Joe Hughes, which I'm glad he did. Good to see him get some return on the cards, because he played a good part in that fight, as we were saying all the way through. But Vaughn definitely is one to watch. I'd seen him on TV, I've heard plenty about him, but there's nothing like seeing somebody up close and personal at ringside. He's got a bit of star quality, hasn't he? He's got the flash, he's got the confidence, he's eye-catching, but also, having come through that Berkeley club, it's not surprising. The fundamentals are all there.
And the no nonsense at times. He is a flashy style, but actually, when you really see him, he's more substance than anything else, isn't he? So I think there's a lot to like. And he has a likability factor as well, so I think he's a real sellable product. He looks good, he talks well, he's quite likeable. You want to see someone like him win, and he delivers the goods, and he delivers it in style.
Okay, he's up in the ring now and ready to speak to Ali Drew.
Cameron, you remain undefeated. Some valuable rounds there. Not long to prepare for this fight, but how did you feel in here tonight?
Yeah, it was a massive opportunity. Firstly, I want to say a massive thank you to His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh for the opportunity. Eddie Hearn, Frank Smith, Sam Jones, my team. It's a great opportunity. I'm happy to be here on this big stage, and I feel it's where I belong.
How important is it to have opportunities like this, especially so early on in your career?
It's massive, getting used to these bright lights. I feel I'm a different fighter to when I was 3 months ago against Jeff Lafourie. I feel like that fight brought us on leaps and bounds, and I'll continue to get better.
Just talk us through the fight, and especially the ending. You had a flurry of punches. Looked like you were maybe trying to get him out of there just at the end.
Yeah, I would have loved to get him out of there on my Riyadh season debut, but it wasn't to be. Another 8 rounds in the bank, and the learning continues.
It certainly does, and a lot of the boxing fans were looking forward to your fight with Jordan Flynn. He was ringside watching. When is that fight going to happen?
30th, he turned the fight down. He doesn't want to know. That man, he's only relevant because of me, and he's nothing without me. He'll never fight or match him again if it's not me next.
So what is next for you?
Whoever, wherever. I'd love to box in Saudi. Someone like Gavin Gwen. I feel like I'm due a step up. I don't want to be a prospect no more. I want to be a contender. That wasn't my best performance tonight, and I'll show it in future, God willing.
Well done tonight. Another great performance.
Well, what a night it has been. What a week it has been. That was the public workout. There were 3 fights on the public workout. That is how Riyadh season does things. It is an innovation. You saw the grand arrivals last night. We saw fighters grandly arrive on a purple carpet at Leicester Square. The whole thing is building up to Anthony Joshua, Daniel Dubois, Saturday night, Wembley Stadium in front of 96,000 fans. You wait till you see the press conference tomorrow. We'll see you then.